state worse than murder to some extent. It's only proportionality of the crime. If murder or if an individual gets really offended someone else, largely it's the whole society of the man or it does that element. If we go in and destroy the whole so society itself always has punish those people at very fast six to 8 hours a month. It's that's the risk of something totally different. Not totally the same. There's people living in urban parts where people are being looked up for rights. It's always been the case. And I thought to take this as a society now, as we know, we see rioters all the different parts. I should have got to know this sort of why there's so many different fascists. There's 61 police officers on the city. That's not really far away from
Farage criticizes Prime Minister Keir Starmer for his failure to effectively address the violence at events like the Notting Hill Carnival, arguing that this leniency reflects a broader lack of understanding and enforcement of the law. According to Farage, the current approach stands in stark contrast to the historically harsher punishments that were once standard for such offences, leading to a significant erosion of public order and stability. He warns that the government's failure to take a firmer stance on these issues is contributing to a growing sense of unrest and division within the country, which could ultimately result in a deeper societal collapse if not urgently addressed.
What would happen is to say, why did this happen? Because of the disorganisation. With the riots that took place in the Caribbean, which was off so well, nation was off the causes, which lost from Belgium and from where very poor areas was less just that. It's some of the main causes, all across the Prime Minister's riot and folks were not. I'll say you very much. Because this national force wasn't it's not true to the minister so it's agenda for people who working class United concerns they've got just dismissed. And if they do like they just dismiss as if mine is right, it is nonsense. It's delicious.
Nigel Farage warns that the UK is undergoing a societal breakdown, driven by a two-tier government that disregards the concerns of the working class white population. He argues that this neglect is deepening divisions and could lead to further unrest. Farage also highlights the lack of effective community policing and a two-tier justice system that fails to hold offenders accountable, contributing to the growing instability across the country. In conclusion, Nigel Farage's warnings about a looming societal breakdown in the UK centre around what he sees as the dangers of two-tier policing and a justice system that prioritises political correctness and diversity over effective law enforcement. Farage argues that Prime Minister Keir Starmer's government has not only failed to address the rising violent crime, but has also contributed to growing divisions within society by neglecting the concerns of working-class communities. According to Farage, this approach has eroded public trust in the justice system and threatens to destabilize the country further unless significant changes are made. He calls for a return to traditional policing priorities and a fairer enforcement of the law to restore social cohesion and prevent further unrest.
If there's one thing we know, it's that every done was once a do. And even when your twos become a do-over times two, it still won't stop. Because you love the challenge, and all the hours, and all the work that make it worth it. Congratulations, doer. You just conquered done. Outdoors get more done.
This is the Ultras Next Class.
So, it's also by Nigel Farage. A very good morning to everyone. Welcome back into the studio. We've been very dangerous times. Say that, you have been the subject of an awful lot of accusations over the course of
tonight, more confirmed cases of monkeypox in Canada.
I would say generally that the entire population, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has threatened to impose a new lockdown across Canada as cases of Mpox continue to rise. With several cities already reporting confirmed infections and public health officials on high alert, this announcement comes amid growing concerns about the virus's spread. The specter of another lockdown looms large, echoing the days of the COVID-19 pandemic. What makes this even more shocking is Trudeau's track record. His previous handling of health crises has been marred by confusion and criticism.
Good evening, I'm Ian Hannah-Manston. The number of monkeypox cases in Canada may be small, but it is both concerning and growing.
As Canadians brace for possible new restrictions, many are left wondering if the Prime Minister's quick-to-lockdown approach will be any more effective this time, or if it's just another instance of his administration's chaotic response to pressing issues. From severe flooding in parts of Ontario to escalating tensions on the global stage, the country seems to be caught in a cycle of crises. Each week brings new challenges, with political decisions and natural disasters contributing to an atmosphere of uncertainty and concern. For a nation that prides itself on stability, the continuous barrage of issues raises questions about the effectiveness of its leadership. Justin Trudeau's policies have frequently been criticized for lacking foresight and consistency, leaving many Canadians wondering if his approach is merely reactive rather than proactive. On the international front, Canada's involvement in global conflicts and its stance on issues such as foreign aid have also stirred controversy. For example, recent decisions to cut off funding to Ukraine have been met with backlash from various quarters, reflecting a broader dissatisfaction with the government's foreign policy. Meanwhile, Trudeau's handling of domestic issues has also been scrutinized, with critics accusing him of failing to deliver on key promises. This sense of disillusionment with his leadership only adds to the frustration.
Find your perfect escape during the Hyundai Shift If You Drive sales event.
Frustrations and even the state of the nation. Amidst these ongoing issues, a new concern has emerged: the potential for another lockdown due to monkeypox. Trudeau's recent statement suggests that a lockdown could be on the horizon if the situation worsens. This potential move has sparked a fresh wave of debate and anxiety among Canadians.
Canada's Public Health Agency is giving a new warning to people traveling abroad. It's now telling Canadians to be extra cautious about monkeypox.
Given the public's weariness of previous lockdowns and the economic and social impacts they have had, Trudeau's approach is once again coming under fire. Critics argue that his knee-jerk reactions to emerging threats only exacerbate the sense of instability and undermine the confidence in its leadership. Monkeypox is a viral disease that primarily affects animals but can be transmitted to humans. It is caused by the monkeypox virus, which belongs to the same family of viruses as smallpox. The disease is characterized by flu-like symptoms, including fever, headache, and muscle aches, followed by a distinctive rash that progresses through various stages. While monkeypox is typically less severe than smallpox, it can still lead to significant health complications, especially for vulnerable populations. Despite the availability of a smallpox vaccine that offers some protection, the virus remains a concern due to its potential for transmission and outbreaks. Recently, there has been a notable increase in monkeypox cases worldwide. The World Health Organization has reported outbreaks in several countries, with significant clusters in Africa and sporadic cases emerging in other regions.
The warning is there to say, this is evolving. We don't know which countries are going to have more cases. We don't know what necessarily the highest risk populations are going to hit.
In Canada, the situation has also escalated, with several confirmed cases reported in major cities and provinces. Public health authorities are closely monitoring the spread and are implementing measures to contain the virus. The rise in cases has heightened concerns about the virus's potential to cause a larger outbreak, prompting increased vigilance and responsiveness from health officials. distribute vaccines to at-risk populations. However, the response has faced criticism for being slow and disjointed. Critics argue that the government's handling of previous health crises, including COVID-19, has been plagued by missteps and inadequate planning. This skepticism about Trudeau's administration's ability to effectively manage health emergencies adds to the growing frustration among Canadians, who are increasingly wary of the government's readiness to tackle new challenges. Justin Trudeau has made headlines with his comments about the possibility of implementing a lockdown in response to the rise in cases of Mpox. In a press conference, Trudeau indicated that if the situation deteriorates further, a lockdown could become necessary to curb the spread of the virus. He emphasized the importance of taking decisive action to protect public health and prevent a larger outbreak.
For years, according to the Auditor General, there is $4 billion of known waste, another $27 billion of...
Trudeau's statement reflects a growing concern among health officials and policymakers about the potential impact of Mpox on the Canadian population. Despite the need for caution, his proposed solution has sparked controversy and debate. The rationale behind the threat of a lockdown is rooted in the need to control the spread of Mpox and avoid overwhelming the healthcare system. Lockdowns are seen as a measure to limit social interaction, reduce transmission rates, and allow time for public health responses to take effect. Trudeau's approach suggests a reliance on lockdowns as a primary strategy for managing health crises, a tactic that has been criticized for its broader social and economic implications.
There is $60 billion of spending that's under criminal investigation.
Critics argue that this method often leads to unintended consequences, such as economic hardship and mental health issues, which Trudeau's administration has been accused of not adequately addressing in the past. Unconfirmed reports have started to circulate regarding the potential details of the lockdown. These reports suggest that the lockdown could involve stringent restrictions on movement, closure of non-essential businesses, and limitations on gathering. However, there is a lack of official confirmation and clear communication from the government about the specifics of the proposed measures. The uncertainty surrounding the lockdown plan is compounded by past criticisms of Trudeau's administration for its inconsistent and sometimes vague communication in previous crises. Many Canadians are frustrated by the lack of transparency and clarity, further fueling doubts about the government's ability to effectively manage the situation. Canada's political landscape is currently characterized by significant instability and tension. The nation is grappling with various issues, from economic concerns and social challenges, all of which are influencing the public's perception and decisions. Led by Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, is facing increasing scrutiny. addressing the underlying issues has been a point of contention, adding to the focus and skepticism about the approach. Responses from opposition parties, especially the Conservative Party, have been critical of Trudeau's handling of the Democratic situation. Conservative leaders, including Pierre Poilievre, and have called for a more balanced approach that doesn't rely solely on lockdowns. They argue that the government's history of inconsistent and poorly implemented policies undermines coverage often highlights the perceived shortcomings of Trudeau's administration.
Now we're here, of course, in the great state of Pennsylvania, where I don't know if this is the I could learn. 1 in 15 jobs in the state of Pennsylvania relies on truckers. That's amazing. And yet we have unprecedented conflict here in the country. There are that's the problem there. not enough truckers. So put some we are going to fight for them every single day. That's why we're here today, and that's why we're going to keep on doing stuff the right way. Now, here's the thing that I think is important for those all the people in this. I think a lot of friends in the press and those watching the whole we have a president right now, and a vice president of wants to basically like he's like we're going to get electric trucks to the point where this is the same price as a normal diesel truck. And so I guess these truckers asked Kamala Harris's officials, well, how much does an electric truck cost right now? And they said about $150,000. But the reason you're laughing, the friends of the media, is the reason that they're laughing is an electric truck right now costs $400,000. If you force all these great truckers to buy electric trucks, you're going to make this inflation crisis way worse than it currently is. You think groceries are bad? Wait until Kamala Harris makes every American trucker drive an electric truck. You think car truck? Can you remember that? Anyhow, from Michael Jackson, 1983 Black Vagina. Michael Jackson, 1996 Off-White Vagina. Anything in between. That's that. If that does happen, what do you think that would be against the
Well, like I say, we're going to win. So, but I think that today is actually, I believe, like an anniversary that comes with Dr. King, right?
I don't know. It's all right.
And we do like celebrating the counts, but it's not much strong bullshit. Really important that we always embrace our history.
Books. Yeah.
If you need DEI, you'll have to be discriminated against them. Let's see what happens to this next. This is the one. Oh no, our worst fear. All from the DNC this week, MIT released some data that confirmed our fear about the Supreme Court. The university's incoming class will be significantly less diverse than in previous years. And that's thanks to last year's ruling that gutted affirmative action. And son of a bitch! The white supremacists have gone too far. Specifically, smart white supremacists who got into MIT. Unbelievable! Because he passed the court and got rid of affirmative action, now all of our Ivy Leagues are full of sweater-wearing fuckers of white descent again. Son of a bitch. Stupid preppy nerds, go your own walker. I'm ashamed, boy. I'm ashamed. The bastion of white supremacy, MIT, now they got rid of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Let's bring it back here. This guy's black. I'm not quite sure what's going on over here. Maybe El Salvador? Black enough from the left, you know? Look at that silver bit right there. Follow the white dude with the tan. But black enough! MIT, one of the first to release enrollment data since that ruling, says its percentage of black students dropped to 5% from 15% last year, and the percentage of Hispanic and Latino students dropped to 11%, down from 16%. Overall, only racial and ethnic minority groups had a decrease in enrollment, except for Asian Americans, who had a 7% increase. Those sons of bitches! Oh, man, there goes your, the whites are down. The whites, you got rid of diversity, equity, inclusion, and white enrollment's down. This is still racist, though. It's still racism. All we do, you yellow white supremacists would discriminate against and us blacks. No. I mean, these Asians are unstoppable when it comes to education. Hey, don't be mad at me. It's not my fault. They got an entire, these motherfucking Asians over here, and they have a hard question. Which is family. They simply got Black enrollment went down. Everybody's enrollment went down because they Asian are bad. It's fine. It's fine to enroll them. You don't see Asian on the basketball court. You that chubby motherfucker bucket we have what? I'm on the holding rights to the peace. It's a revelation. You're being scared.
Or the raise systems, we lag. Prices get bored. Prices clear. We live in it. That's not us. That's not us. God bless my bank, bro. But boy, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. What did it say? Look at the ancient. Everybody's down. The ancient's taking all the seat. See, things are the facts on. That's just fine. Like, instead of being mad, sit there and go, why? Why do they need to still like? And then maybe we should start assimilating some of that. Why do blacks have this in this country? But you can everything more got to look at the blacks. They're white people in this country. It's just we're not even thinking about that. My side, by the way. Listen, one after that over here, they sit there and go, hey, I'm talking. And then you got to put in the room, it's the law. So shout out to all the fans. He said all the bad words in the church need to be out there. Most and devastated. The hell of that. People really couldn't tell that. That's just what we all the work. Yeah, you can give me a talk with the price commissioner and get now for space. It's TWC.com/selfie. 50% of all connections. You're one of these learners that keep doing David by that's not to remember. I identify, hey, your phone is going to have space. One thing to think of your policy is to think your policy is going to be like very wrong children. All of your traffic coming along your face, traffic on stuff out, and now you're going to drive space. evil skank. But she's not a moron. This is a moron. Well, it's good. Never wanted to bet over the past so bad in my life. There's number one on the record that never wanted to do anything that it's got that thinking about this bill or money. We probably been close to facing the Second Amendment letter from the bill to get back. The letter by the way. Thank you for writing me. Thanks, Donald. We got every issue. No, that's everything that we're going to have to do with the bill. So we can get that. How do you have that too? If one does anything, this come might be instead of another person. This is a complete culture. Because somebody's got to keep a culture. This is a culture not being I get that way. They're going to be next to take that. But the way you don't get those strong attitudes is give us into that box part. And I ain't interested in doing that. I'm interested in buying more guns. I'm interested in buying guns that come with little guns that the gun can fire itself. Almost like a hacking-year-old toy. That's what's for me. I don't know if that makes any sense. But that's what I'm looking for, bro. That's what I'm looking for. That's totally simple. So, let's all be expecting new inspections right on the camera. Expecting to be drunk. That's not autism. That's your Richard just drunk. And now here she is just being a straight up liar. Vice President Aaron, one of my absolute favorite things in America is how people of different backgrounds and beliefs have freedom to communicate with each other. We're so blessed to live in the country where the greatest currency is the life. This is one of the things about you. This is one of the things about you. This is one of the things
The left is fought on something you've never said. This is Kamala Harris and Tucker Carlson. Leading in the middle. A vote with received the Republicans of how about that? I gave my son. Showing up high and never even begins just by AI. She's adults weiter. Right at the door is the everybody gets a punch in the face and their zipper gets. It's 2-for-1 sale. It's about to be closed. Are you afraid that it makes sense that you'll be canceled because your movies had you in blackface? This is hard work. One of the children Did you see that thing? Oh, the thing with the thing, and you didn't see the thing? And
she'll do an interview. She said she's going to do an interview. She's going to bring her, what do they call it, emotional support VP.
And the look inside's like, oh my god, what you never seen two people interview at the same time before? Oh, you stupid idiots, like, right, GOP, stupid idiots. Joy can't interview, like, they're so stupid, it's like so hot, like, purge me of burnout. Yeah, but ask first of all, scumbag. I hate all of these people, except for this combo breaker right there. God, that's son of a bitch right there. Here's the bit of surprise. None of these idiots are hiding behind. None of them are hiding. The king wasn't hiding from the press. These two fucking robot asshole commies over here. They weren't hiding from the press. Your idiots hiding from the press. It's been almost 40 days. It's probably been 40 days. Not even, this isn't a joke. What the? He's on vacation again. He's done 4 hours at the White House in the last 40-something days. This dude got kicked out of the White House. He didn't know how to be there. They took his keyboard. They took this whole dude full stuff his keys. Wait, everybody hates him. That dude walks up and Secret Service about sometime this quarter, you fucking dipshit, you wanna go to work? No? Keep on walking, bro. Keep on walking. You're protecting a pedophile, you know? I know. Right? But you're not gonna go good. Your job sucks. Asshole. Jim Carrey Joe. Is that fat woman? I don't know, I think that might be his daughter or something. That's your secret. Yes. Oh my goodness, it's something crazy. If I went and looked at some of them, because if I was like, yeah, I probably would buy it, and I would buy this fucking kind of stuff. And take it to, that dude's gotta be in the 60s, gotta be his girlfriend is 18 or 19 years old, getting work. Might be as fantastic as this, but there's characters like that. But, So, I imagine it's going to be mostly Chris Warren doing an impression of Chris Farley. No. Lefties. Stop pretending that it's not weird. We had a clip of Stephen A. Smith, that dude from ESPN. And even that dude was like, what this bitch gonna call? Who's this bitch gonna answer some question here? You can't just run a campaign on 5, right? That's just nice to answer some question. What? That's just weird. That's just a scumbag idiot. She's not doing something. So that means like she's gonna do a double deal and maybe she'll practice it and do that. Somebody gotta say.
No, but she's black shade, right? She's like, oh, you staff because, okay, but her family, it was just a birthday. They're not African American. Again, you're ultimately wrong about it. Oh, you have to think to that is that's the guy, right? Speaking of wow, you have to argue with John Lebanon, right? Now, Stephen A. Smith has got a little bit of testosterone. Woo! That's great. This will make some conversation. I think that when Epstein was doing all of that stuff, I don't think that's still one of the I think that guy was fired from I don't think he can be applied. I think you have to start how to provide that stuff. I think that's the sort of class that you know that it's fun too. Everybody takes fire. Why people take fire? Gay people take fire. Handicapped kids take fire. Everybody takes fire in those days. Because we used to have a sense of humor in this country. And I think him and Jimmy Kimmel and a lot of these people are so deathly afraid. Because and Howard Stern done it for example. These people don't want the black people for them to be unlisted on that. And so that's a it's a couple of staff or they love money before they go to the church. People face that or something like that. They're accountable for poverty. Support the total amount. Somebody's high officer feeling wrong. Let's go what they're doing. High officer feeling wrong. I don't know how this is these teleport kids shave the mustache, crashes the DNC, and asks this bitch lefty who got his vasectomy. How does this person support a convicted felon? You don't think it's statue for convicted felon. You don't think it's killing a bunch of black people for convicted felon. Well, how about that? Michael, you get wrong for the ethics for the call of lawyer because you got actual people of $50 for the sentence or half the sentence that you're trying to get it more bullshit. That's it's another indictment. Because the other one has been overturned but that is just awful. Martha Davidson turned against the people who how is it that the police people, the legal counsel, or the chief law enforcement, or you call it,
I think that's what the audience wants to know.
By the way, you got a grown-ass son in their 20s, and they got moved on. You can go ahead and beat your son. Your kid's 20, you can fight your son at 20, right? It's not child abuse anymore. It's a grown-ass fucking man at 20. Your grown-ass man of a son comes home at 20 years old. You can beat their ass if they've got roofed on. It's fun. I don't know who got into trouble. Mike Lindell, and then he runs off like a pussy. You just got beat up verbally by Mike Lindell, and you shouldn't be shocked by that because Mike Lindell's a badass. Don't fuck with Michael Young. I'm just scumbag boy. Yeah, that's awesome, boys. Keep that. Get yourself healthy. Get my sleep. Get yourself a stuff. Good old thing. The night goes off. Get your night sleep. Yeah, boy. Get the combo ready for now. Get yourself stuff all right. Stop going up in the system. You know, second strong stuff. Look how super boys stop going with the brains. We got a super big sale going on right now. You can use promo code RUMBLE, man. Promo code RUMBLE. You gotta be very careful. And what's going to happen, boys, I share how I depend on my daily games, buying them, right? So, level 1 to 7, I look up 50 pounds of paper and put aside right here. And with my code RUMBLE, I told it RUMBLE. You'll say 50 pounds. And then it's going to my 4 or 6. Now, get yourself some of this trouble. Just good. Now, people getting simple. Selected by God. The hospital getting habits rather than get all of them. Weeks back, I heard how promise happy next health checkup. The doctor will notice what's being called. The news said that if really were Dr. Moldav's because I'm pulling money back, guys. Money back guaranteed. Dr. Pepper won't give you that. Don't just pass egg and sale. Go to FieldGrids.com, use my code RUMBLE, save on everything, and hold your phone up for this second. There you go. You can feel it for that. You can jump on the field before it goes away. Go to FieldGrids.com. Code RUMBLE. RUMBLE. FieldGrids.com. Shake it up. Shake it real well. That's the good. Shake it up well. And that'll make you super duper healthy, boys. You're going to want to do it because these scumbags want you to make so much food. Feel of dreams of the family. Okay? They're going to take home. Don't just guys look like scumbags. They're way worse. Or using Time Magazine. Time Magazine tells you everybody love that crap about cardboard selling. You guys are the cheapest of all the stuff. They're cheaper than me. So I'm sure this is a brand new and improved. How about this 2.0? Right? I don't know. Suicide. Right? What is this? Vitamins, you got time to eat 7 pounds of fruit and vegetables? And get yourself over here and get yourself a good drink, boy. Eating a drink. Not now. So, let's head over to, let's start talking a bit about, we're still way upset about pictures from the beginning. Just got Kelsey. You need to tell me what you do. Just Kelsey, no, I want to say Tulsi Gabbard. That's not even Republican quote. What the hell happened there? Bill the Bridge is such a way by breaking quote. Tulsi Gabbard. They're very center-oriented. They just told you that they might want to arrest RFK because he's so drunk. 50 years ago. It's the 70s. It's the 70s. They wanted to indict RFK Jr. Asshole. What's wrong with the White House? So now Tulsi Gabbard jumps out, and now is Tim Pool still up admitted? As to the front, I want to get your take on a couple of hot issues. One is Zuckerberg's letter where he comes out saying, listen, admitting that the Biden-Harris administration pressured them during COVID-19 to censor, he used the word censor COVID-19 content, said the laptop was not disinformation. What do you think of that information?
I think it is less. First of all, it is what many of us have known on. I'm glad you have the courage to come forward and speak the truth, especially right now. This is really important, Trace, because the Kamala Harris is building her whole campaign around freedom. This is her new mantra that she's repeating in her debate, in her speech at the Democratic Convention. She's going to be a president champion freedom. But the fact is, as Mark Zuckerberg gets exposed, it is Harris and Joe Biden who got him and Facebook to do their dirty work.
So, I don't know, there's part of me that says we should probably offer a one-time immunity. Listen, one-time immunity right now. If you're the head of Pfizer, if you're the head of Facebook, if you're the head of, I don't know, Apple. One-time immunity. This week only, immunity. You better drop some shit. If we overcome this free bullshit election, we're arrested the hell out of the fucker. We are going to, not much going to get done. We don't need much to get done, by the way. We just need to actually seal up our border. We need to unfuck our energy, and we need to strengthen the dollar. And we can do all of that by basically not sending money to every other country but this country, right? So, that's going to free us up. Okay, that's going to, I think Trump can fix all of that by about 10:30 on January 20th, 2025. I think we can get most of this thing solved in the first half hour of his presidency. It's going to leave a lot of time. For arresting the shit out of a whole bunch of people. That's a crime. That's a straight-up crime. That is the violation of hundreds of millions of people's civil liberties. It's one thing to silence a person, but you also sensitivity silence that is even the color. You do this nonsense, silence one person. That's bad enough. But on the flip side of it, you restrict my ability and hesitate other people to go into hearing for medicine. So, it's violence. What is it? We're seeing a bunch of those coming out with the visual. This this coalition. And is this one of them? Versus Jill Stein and Dr. Cordell Trump.
Before we talk about Gavin Newsom, there is a new video hit the internet as never before. Kamala Harris goes. She goes. Starting teacher mode while explaining teamwork. Me, high school. This is me. Watch. Let's start over the video before we get to the topic. Just that's like
that fit together to create that spirit. All
right. Enough. Let's get to the real news here about Gavin Newsom not being able to keep a straight face when he asked this question during a podcast. Now, this is a wild segment here. The Globe came with a friend of mine that I was on a podcast with. I know did an interview with him, which is great, during Fox and Friends, and he is about to go at it with a strategist that works for Kamala Harris on what Gavin Newsom said. Take a listen.
California Governor Gavin Newsom decided to take a joke out of the fact that Kamala Harris became the Democratic nominee without earning a single vote. That's how you're feeling about the switch. I mean,
Open process. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I've been told. It's a joke again. I mean, let's be very honest. Like, Gavin Newsom is not joking here. Gavin Newsom is one of those big politicians that I know secretly talks so much piss with the boys. And here he is, getting caught up in the social movement that happened with Democrats trying to hide the fact that this was manipulated. And is he telling the truth? I think he is right here.
a joke out of the fact that Kamala Harris became the Democratic nominee without earning a single vote.
How are you feeling about the switch? I mean, the switch. Yeah, I'm through a very open process. Yes, that's good.
That's a little bit of honesty and humor. But our voters are laughing at this. Let's ask Democratic campaign strategist and former Biden 2020 campaign surrogate Kevin.
Oh, this is going to be too good.
Wally. Kevin, thanks for being with us this morning. This is a bit of honesty here from Gavin Newsom. Kamala Harris was selected, not elected.
It did. But he was one of the conservatives for the Kamala Harris administration, one of the earliest endorsements, one of the highest step back of his longtime college association. Kamala Harris wanted, his first whether they supported the numbers, but after President
in the process of place. That shares so much with obviously there's plenty of stuff there because Biden
driveway. So I walked in the grandmother case and saying, everything about this has done this policies to mom has to take it. Talk about sending democracy and making it into your families. wants this 2020. But hey, you still got 75 days. $100 million all of this. So what? That's what happened. You have no doubt this is what it means. All right, yeah, I appreciate the conversation. $100 million all of this.
somebody can do that and give it a color from what you take down in Pennsylvania. Those are the benefits that you get. With all the benefits that you get. And so, you get there's a better program for more companies than private programs. When you get that you got to might be a head on paper as well as everything. And then you go, wow, this is a guy who has long jokes, very colorful, long jokes all the time. This is a guy who talks to Democrats all the time. Look at what he's saying. Might be a head on paper as well as everything. And then sometimes when you get down to the Bible, how this together is going to get. And it may be, regardless of the regardless of opportunity to be, it may be that by a video perspective, when there's a calm down, when it's just in there, it's like time, very much like the truth that I suggested. So you go ahead, all the time down space, and I think time space, and the competitive in this group, you can use lots of good game options for the debate. With a single time, when you have to go to the very spaces of our and that is very good to see that that's how you feel from the other two elections. You could generally not be able to see the left one, the left one, the left one, the left one, as long as that's not the vice president policy, it's still pretty good on that. Again, I'm not predicting this will happen, but I think it's expected to come out and down. If people either alter their denomination without not being followed, and the people involved in worrying about anything kind of thought, will either be an outvoting generation or being on the vote. So let me show you a few factors that we need one of the best Republican strategies out there. Like polling and strategy. This is very much reflective as what I'm talking about here as where you may be. That's what the graphic is. This time, we believe Pennsylvania registration is places with our probably Pennsylvania registration is going to be Republican. Pennsylvania candidate fight the idea. Some polling better than the 2020 fight the idea. The electoral college bias is real, possible vote to the death, so for the Republicans, parents to the black incumbent, Republican Party the discussion things that it doesn't seem to be that the undecided voters in the United States are 4,000 people, and that they currently on all the major voted for about 600 votes. And that although parents and parents get the five residents that regardless of they may go into the back up and they'll open the back up and they there's a lot of issues but there's certainly no election opportunity without ever being that state. So it's just there's a very real possibility that you can do that kind of electoral college back. And whether they teach you how to figure it, they can start to go for figure it, they can have questions from the community government, community government, you have to buy the bottom of the not warning you want something that's by the middle of next month. There's a real possibility that you're going to see when the public decided to do about the issue of election debate that suggests that she will take those items well as the time back and take out the Pennsylvania being only the top group that's down on the point that you have to go out and put in exactly what they said that you know like private data and that private data how that once again this is Mark Hauser because this time that there's a lot of insight how to start how to set the most just about Trump's back. With the Trump was more pandemic, I think the Trump was more COVID as well, but slowing down, basically saying the polls are not actually coming. So this is big stuff coming out. And once again, this way, like Gavin Newsom, right? I'll play this clip one more time for those who just came into this live stream, make it smash the like button. Not in fact that Kamala Harris became the Democratic nominee without earning a single vote.
How do you feel about the switch? I mean, it's switch. Now we went through a very open process. It's not about. Yes, it's good.
That's what I've been told to say jokingly. How does Gavin Newsom it's like smash like button. Think about all of the videos coming out. It's getting huge, it's getting big, and the big movie coming up next month. But as Mark Albert said, the debate is going to cheat as well, which I doubt as well. Even if everything goes according to her, greatly, it's not looking good for Democrats, specifically as we get closer to the election. I better remember how she got there in the first place. That's bad. Fine. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm looking in the comments, you guys. Hello. Take care. By the way, real quick before I do go, thank you for 100,000 subs. 100,000 subscribers. Wow. Thank you. We were on Blue Valentino, my original channel that has almost 500,000 subscribers, but I decided to start off fresh with YouTube. Everything's been working out. Thank you, Lord Christ. I appreciate everybody that has been supporting this channel. So thank you for 100,000 subs. I will be applying for a 100K plaque on YouTube. And we'll see if we get it in on that. Alright. Guys, I will be back with a bigger and better video. I love you guys. Thank you, Elton Nation, as always. And see you guys next time.
There is no suppressing MAGA. You can't suppress us. So we're not going to let them take this amazing energy in this arena out. We've got to turn them off. Are you?
And the Democrats in California have absolutely infuriated taxpayers in California. Once you know what they're doing, we're going to be furious as well. Mark Zuckerberg admits that he helped Joe Biden get elected by lying to the American people and suppressing the Hunter Biden laptop. It's all in written testimony to Congress, and so many more big stories. So stick with me to the very end. Thank you guys so much for joining me and giving this video a like. Let's go ahead and jump into today's video. Well, it looks like Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of Meta, Facebook, is finally coming clean about his role in censoring critical information during the 2020 election cycle. In a letter to House Judiciary Committee, Zuckerberg admitted that his platform wrongfully suppressed the Hunter Biden laptop story, a story that could have had a huge impact on voters' decisions. He confessed that demoting the story while waiting for fact-checkers to verify it was a mistake, and promised that moving forward, Meta won't demote stories without confirming their faults first. We are literally dealing with Joseph Robinette Biden and communist Kamala Harris because of Mark Zuckerberg and Twitter at the time suppressing a story that ultimately changed the outcome of the U.S. election. But it doesn't stop there. Zuckerberg also revealed that in 2021, senior officials from the Biden administration, including the White House and Joe Biden, pressured Meta COVID-19 content. Even humor and satire were thrown out the door. Zuckerberg admitted that the government's pressure was wrong and that he should have spoken out more forcefully against it. What he's really saying is he wishes he had the courage of Elon Musk, but he doesn't. And now we're all dealing with the crap of the Biden administration. Now, is Zuckerberg changing sides? Not only did he compliment Donald Trump as a badass for surviving an assassination attempt, but he also has now blown the whistle on Joe Biden and the White House. Now, do you think he's actually had a change of heart? Or is something going on and he just wants to get this out of the way right now? I'm not really sure, but either way, I'm glad. I'm glad he came forward because we now know the government is corrupt, that Joe Biden is corrupt, that the White House is corrupt. All of these people have lied and manipulated the American people, and we're all dealing with the high inflation, the wars because of this. Like, think how different life might have been under a second Trump administration. But no, we're dealing with this garbage because of liars and weak-minded people. Now, after years of allowing millions of illegal immigrants to pour into the country, Vice President Kamala Harris is now making a shocking pivot in her messaging. She's supporting a bill to finish the border wall that President Donald Trump started. While she didn't say it outright, during the DNC, Kamala Harris backed a bill negotiated by Republican Senator James Lankford that redirects hundreds of millions of dollars in unspent funds to complete Trump's border wall. Why is she now flip-flopping on this? Because it's one of the biggest things that Americans want, and even though she's now stealing another policy idea from Donald Trump, she's that desperate to get votes, and so she's willing to lie to the American people in order to win. Now, let's not forget, back in 2017, Kamala Harris called Trump's border wall a stupid use of money and vowed to block any funding for it. She said it was a vanity project to uphold the ego of Donald Trump. It wasn't a vanity project. This dude literally saw the future. Our country's going to be overrun by illegals, and that's exactly what happened, Kamala Harris. So what changed? Could it be she finally realized not having the wall has led to a 140% spike in illegal crossings, according to Homeland Security? Now, this is going to be fascinating to watch. If Trump brings this up in a debate, will she stand her ground or will she break? I mean, I cannot wait for him to call her to the carpet on stealing his idea about not taxing tips, about building a border wall, on and on and on. She just steals Donald Trump's ideas. You know he's going to call her to the carpet, right? Let me know over in the comments, who do you think is going to win the debate? If you think it's Trump, I want you to type a T, and if you think it's Kamala Harris, I want you to type a K. I think he's going to mock her. Okay, now speaking of the debate, the Harris campaign has defended their request to keep both mics live during the entire debate. During an interview with Politico, campaign advisor Ryan Fallon stated, "Our understanding is that Trump's members prefer to mute the microphone because they don't think their candidate can act presidential for 90 minutes on his own. We suspect Trump's team has not even told their boss about this issue because it would be too embarrassing to admit they don't think he can handle himself against Vice President Kamala Harris without the benefit of the public." Alright, this is gaslighting. This is gaslighting because Biden microphones like the garbage they make us live through on a daily basis. Like they just lie to our faces. Oh, he's too scared to debate Kamala Harris. That's probably the thing he's least scared of in life.
and the muted microphones, we all know that was Joe Biden. Give us a break. Now, I'll be the first to admit this may be true, but I believe it's also in the best interest of the American people if we get to hear both candidates speak their thoughts uninterrupted. Just because Trump might want to talk over the top doesn't mean that he can't. I think, if anything, he's learned that the American people want him to be quiet, and they want to see the other person embarrass themselves. And that's exactly what's going to happen. So whether there's a mute button or not, I believe Donald Trump knows that if he comes out too aggressive, it's not going to look good or end well. And so I think that he has matured when it comes to that particular style. Now, the biggest problem is Kamala Harris has zero policies. She doesn't even know what she stands for. And if you don't know what you stand for, you'll fall for anything, and that's exactly what's going to happen. She's going to end up being a deep state puppet. They probably are already gearing up to push through the craziest agenda items you've ever seen, because they know that she's spineless and won't stand up to them. It's because she wants to be president for 8 years, so she'll do whatever it takes to stay in office, even if that means destroying the United States. Our people are absolutely furious. Governor Gavin Newsom and the Democrats that run California have just passed a bill to give illegal immigrants $150,000 loans with 0% interest, long payback time frames. Oh yeah, and they're not really collateralized. Why are they doing this? Because they want them to dump that money into houses. So $150,000 to get bills. Meanwhile, remember when Congress took over 6 months to decide whether you and I deserve a $600 stimulus check? Remember that? I do. Do you remember that time citizens in Hawaii, the houses burned down, and our brothers and sisters in Hawaii were given $700 for losing their house? Meanwhile, illegal immigrants are going to be given $150,000 to buy a house, to buy your house. They're coming for your house. It's crazy. Like, Uncle Sam has lost his mind. And guess whose money that is? That is taxpayer money. California residents, they ought to boycott, they ought to go absolutely bonkers. I would lose my mind if our stupid government is losing $150,000. Meanwhile, there's homeless veterans, there's senior citizens that can't afford groceries. They want to give, out of California, they want to give free health care to illegal immigrants. And they want to give free college to illegal immigrants. It's insane. It's insane that they're going to be giving some individuals over $10,000 in food stamps. Meanwhile, there are men and women that work their entire career that don't get $10,000 a year in Social Security. Man, if I was in California, I would be absolutely I would be so happy. I'm still so happy for Hawaii. And you know what? Hawaii, you are a Democrat state. Wake up. Wake up. They do not care about you. You have to start voting differently. They do not care about you. They can replace you with people from Venezuela tomorrow. Like that. And that's probably exactly what they're planning to do. Absolutely insane. I gotta tell you guys, I got today's video sponsored for 50 seconds before I absolutely lose my cool. Our sponsor, Colonial Metals Group, helped me with my goal of protecting my financial future. Being at the whim of the stock market and this absolutely asinine administration doesn't make me feel safe, and in fact, it's destroying the U.S. dollar.
that having a self-directed IRA so he can prepare for retirement can now safely store gold and silver in a self-directed IRA, something that we did before, but now and Colonial Metals Group can help you do that. Let the team of experts at CMG help you and your family protect your future, because Joe Biden isn't going to help you protect your future, and we know Communist Kamala Harris is not going to help you protect your future. Now, whether you're just getting started, have an old 401k that you want to roll over, or an IRA that you're saying, wait a minute, the stock market's hitting all-time highs, this is making me nervous, I want to get gold and silver, Colonial Metals Group do that. Or maybe mom and dad are saying, wait a minute, we need to protect a portion of our money and do it outright, rather than sit up and gold and silver is the answer. Now, you put together a special offer. Click on the link in the description below, or call the special 800 number, it is safe, and up to $7,500 in free silver. Check out colonialmetalsgroup.com/Garden. I will leave that link down below, or give them a call at 800-807-2143. It's something you should definitely have in your portfolio. Did you see that they're going after President Donald Trump again? Special counsel Jack Smith. He just can't leave Donald Trump alone. So the judge said, wait a minute, you weren't actually assigned by Congress. Well, Ray Garland and the DOJ continues to pretend that he is. So now, Jack Smith has just asked the U.S. Court of Appeals to allow him to continue prosecuting Donald Trump in regards to his classified documents case. After a federal judge ruled, Jack Smith was appointed illegally, that the whole thing was set up illegally. Now, in response, Jack Smith argued that he was appointed legally by referencing the long-standing history of attorney generals who have appointed special counsels. However, according to federal judge Irene Cannon, Jack Smith is a superior officer, which means he would be Congress to appoint him, and approved by him, not as attorney general. Now, I highly doubt Jack Smith will be successful with his appeal, but it's very telling just how obsessed he is with moving forward in this space, especially when Biden was given a free pass for doing the same thing. Actually, it wasn't the same thing, because when Biden stole documents, he was a member of Congress, and when Biden took documents, he was a vice president, which is not covered. And, why did he take those? So that he could get a $10 million book deal, and he needed some juicy fodder, right? Some juicy material. This is all somehow, but no, we're not going to go after him. Let's spend all my time fighting and effort going after Donald J. Trump. These people are absolutely sick. Now, while we wait for the outcome of Jack Smith's appeal, a grand jury in Washington, D.C. has just voted to indict Trump on 4 charges relating to election interference. Oh my gosh, here we go again. According to the new indictment, Donald Trump allegedly lied and spread false claims, knowing they were false, in an attempt to stay in power. And while this part wasn't confirmed, the indictment argues that his attempt to take legal action was part of a conspiracy to defraud the United States of America. This will yet be another trial Trump is forced to deal with, brought forth by special counsel Jack Smith. These people are absolutely sick. I mean, think about this. It's now been proven that Trump was knocked out of Pennsylvania because they accepted hundreds of thousands of ballots that have bad dates, no dates, or dates after voting day. It's also now been proven that there were close to 500,000 either fake votes or destroyed votes in Biden's favor down in Georgia. So how can you say that he knew from the fact that there was no fraud, when now we have fraud from multiple states? It's crazy. It's
money. But they're not going to stop until Donald Trump is dead or in jail. And they're probably going to try to people, oh, he's in jail? Take away his Secret Service. Let's let this man rot the rest of his life. I feel bad for him. I really do. It's just sad. Alright, now listen to this. VP candidate J.D. Vance had some harsh words for Kamala Harris for not attending the honors ceremony of the 32 deputies or hiring anybody that led to their death. Did you know that no one has been fired for being thoughtful holding out Afghanistan? No one's been fired for giving up a multi-billion-dollar Air Force Base, Bagram Air Force Base. No one's been held accountable for the people that died falling out of airplanes, and no one's been held accountable for the 13 Americans that lost their lives. This is what J.D. Vance has to say. To have those 13 Americans lose their lives and not fire a single person is disgraceful. Kamala Harris is disgraceful. We're going to talk about a story out of those 13 very innocent Americans who lost their lives. Mr. Kamala Harris is so accused of deal. She wanted to do an investigation into what happened, and she wants to yell at Donald Trump because he showed up. She can go to hell. So, Kamala Harris didn't mock Trump for going to this ceremony. She badmouthed Trump for showing up and paying his respect to these 13 families. She mocked Trump for acting like a president should act. It's just disgusting. You guys can tell, I'm a little bit mad. Alright. As the election that took place in several battleground states have denied RFK Jr.'s request to remove them from the ballot, which is his attempt to help Donald Trump by not having his name there. Thus far, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Colorado have denied the request on the basis of it's either too late or not legally allowed. This is a huge issue for Trump. As Kennedy previously stated, our polling consistently showed that by staying on the ballot in the battleground states, I would likely have election over the Democrats, with whom I disagree on the most existential issues. I find it unbelievable that a candidate can't be removed, can't remove their own name from a ballot, especially after fighting to get it on there in the first place. That is what it's really good. They're saying if you remove your name. Meanwhile, on the same day, they got Cornel West's name removed. The guy who was running as a Democrat was independent. I'm telling you, these guys are such cowardice. It's absolutely now some news headlines from Kamala Harris is gaining support in red states like Texas. Governor Greg Abbott is making sure his state won't turn blue. It was just announced that over 1 million names were removed from being allowed to vote because they were illegal or illegal. Governor Abbott stated illegal voting in Texas will never be tolerated. To safeguard Texans' sacred right to vote while also aggressively protecting our election from illegal voting. Over 90% of Americans now believe that illegal immigrants are going to decide who the President of the United States is. I cannot believe I've been saying this out loud. Can you imagine if Venezuela decides who the President of America is? If Cuba or Mexico or Brazil, like, the decision how we vote. If our guy doesn't win, suck it up and move on for 4 years. Guys, this is cheating. This is manipulation. This is disgusting. Meanwhile, they're sucking all the money out of us in taxation, and they're giving it to these illegal immigrants. I mean, let me know in the comments. Does it feel like you guys are the United States of America? I mean, I'm only 42 years old.
And it has changed so much in my lifetime. It's crazy. It's crazy how much it has changed. In international news, Ukrainian President Zelensky has just vowed to present a victory plan to the United States in September. Not only will he share this plan with Biden and Harris, but he will also present it to Donald Trump. Zelensky stated he hopes to determine what is in this plan or not, whether he will use this plan or not. Without giving exact details, he also mentioned that the plan may be too ambitious for some, but he is motivated to make it happen. Well, of course he's motivated to make it happen. If you had a government that would give you $200 billion, would you be motivated? I mean, this is crazy. I hope Donald Trump says, that's an interesting plan. We're not going to go with that. We're ending this war. That is the plan. The plan is to end the war, quit abusing American taxpayers, quit getting Ukrainians killed, quit getting Russians killed, and end this war. They are addicted to endless wars, right? It's like Julian Assange said. They don't want wars that end. They want endless wars that pump millions and millions of dollars into the military, industrial, congressional complex. This whole thing is a scam, and you and I are the ones that are milking for money. The government does nothing to make money. They just steal it from the American taxpayer. And then Democrats have the audacity to say, well, maybe they should tax us more. Whenever somebody says that, all I can think is the only reason that they have to tax us more is because they're so pathetic and managing the money for all of the time. And that is my update for today. Let me do a couple of super chats. Gregory, thank you so much for this super chat and making sure that setting on the things for telling the truth about these things. You are welcome. I am like, for example, these guys, usually I can keep my calm, but my gosh, like, seriously, hey, why hold your house burned to the ground? I feel so bad. Here's $700. Meanwhile, they're like, Ukraine needs another $60 billion? You're it's me $150,000? That's right. It's just so gross. This is not the country that we want. Donald Trump back in office so that all the security goes away. It's my update for today. I love you guys. Please hit this video a like so that YouTube will share it with others. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. And remember, share it. I love you guys. See you on the next video. Now, I want to give a couple of congratulations. So this is not possible, of course, without all of you. But I want to thank the CEO of Amerilux, Kurt. Where's Kurt at? Thank you, Kurt, so much for being here, and thanks for doing us this day. This is a great American manufacturing company, and we want to promote American manufacturing on this campaign. We're going to bring it back and bring it back better than ever. Thanks to Donald Trump's leadership. I'll say, I'm joined here by my lovely wife, Lisa. Lisa, thanks for coming around with us today. So we get a little embarrassed, but why not embarrass your wife? So I take the opportunity, I'll deal with consequences later. We've got a great, and I really think one of the great United States senators from the entire country from the state of Wyoming, John Velasco. John, thank you for being here. And most of all, I want to say thanks to all of you, because in 68 days, thanks to you and thanks to the state of Wisconsin, we are taking this country back. We're going to make Donald J. Trump the next president of the United States. Now, we guys can talk a little bit about the record of Kamala Harris, because, does the thing. She does the thing. Kamala Harris does. Even before a crowd like this, and to get a crowd like this, of course, Kamala Harris has to have a rock star or a rapper open for it. And then, you know, before her walking over, they're all enthusiastic. You guys, great crowd. I'm thrilled to have you. But look, Kamala Harris, she stands before crowds like this, and she'll say, without a hint of irony or a hint of shame, that on day one, my friend, she is going to tackle the affordability crisis that's affecting American families. And on day one, she's going to make groceries more affordable. And on day one, she is going to make it possible for young people to afford a home. And every single person who's saying, well, Kamala, 1,300 days ago, what the hell have you been doing on time? And John's been in politics for politics a little bit longer than I have. John, think of anybody who can stand for 3.5 years as Vice President of the United States and pretend that she's not even been in power. Have you ever seen anything like that? That's crazy. It's the craziest thing. Well, party people's defense, it appears that coffee can come out and is back to to go back to the piece, better than I have to tell you, your comments will be too bad we're not running for office. Quality. Now, what does a letter that Oprah Winfrey wrote to Donald Trump nearly 25 years ago? See all this terrible line for Donald Trump, and then Donald Trump was so thank you for we just try to do the best we can to save them. And today's place happens to belong to a childless cat lady. And in that letter, he said, that conflict with all the self-esteem and awareness as the reforms in a quarter century, that's what we want. A bought-out soul movement act set that aside. That's not what we say. It's never no secret that Harris is not exactly competent politicians. She's not exactly the most competent parliamentarians. Something called a DEI hire. There's nothing wrong with the sponsors can sing and find themselves in a he said, I'm going to pick a woman VP, and I'm going to pick a black woman who the Supreme Court producing people to their races more sex. And that thing called DEI hire. That's why you need Biden has for 3 months said is Biden now choose and he continues to face tremendous pressure. CBS News has learned that his team continues to vet, looking at the backgrounds of several women. Senators Elizabeth Warren, Amy Klobuchar, Kamala Harris, Tammy Tucker, apparently Governor Sheldon Migration expert, Michigan, and national security advisor. We're expecting an announcement. Success means other men are being trained, like policy from you, so what does Kamala Harris do when even the mainstream media is getting after her for not having any policy? Well, she just copies policy from Donald Trump and doesn't even consider it racial matters. I think most recently, response to this, as you got up to something that Donald Trump said 2 months ago. It was written on Twitter. People are posting receipts on Twitter. Right under the receipt, no tax losses. Donald Trump wanted to put one on the button. The vote by 2 months later, yeah, think about it. Look at how to hold that policy. So we're going to this thing, we're going to look at an idea, it wasn't her idea in the first place, and her administration reified and implemented the exact opposite policy. So tax service workers, or then I guess people were noticing the absence of American flags in the crowd at the DNC in Iowa. A few days later, they said, what's the American flag? That's the Democrat Party, which has been the American flag. The other day, in America, and that's not exactly what the unity ticket, which the RFP and Donald Trump every day now telling the Democrat Party the RFP offered them to open the doors to tell now the health and then get this kick in the teeth. You know, it's beyond a kick in the teeth. It's a kick in the groin, then a kick in the ass, then a kick in the teeth. Now the Kamala Harris is coming out and saying, yeah, but you're making fun of overall. I kid you not. Once called an un-American racist, but everything now they're talking about coming back full circle to that moment that goes down and comes up. Medical use for which Trump used for rubbing and shaking with very fast, even Trump the Donald Trump voted for one with Donald Trump. It's Kamala Harris campaign has copied this thing playbook by Trump. That was by someone named Tucker that allegedly complimented Kamala Harris on the gun control policy as we eat in the Bible. And she shared that alleged letter earlier today by way of tweet that reads as follows. Vice President Kamala Harris at Tucker. Thank you for having one of the men working on it to have a meeting of the safe and well-known and again American standard of support and confidence of the safety. That is the practice of the later of the name Tucker. There are certain things that have a certain notoriety to be one thing. Not other than the person who Donald Trump, Kamala Harris, which is a thank you, what we want to do prior to correct, where they actually had a discussion about the whole issue, the whole issue, do not agree. Then she puts the letter that she allegedly received from Tucker, and I don't want to read this up across the board. I swear to I genuinely the parameter of which is rational in the false commentary to the one of the I perform your vote. Vice President Harris, one of my absolute favorite things in America is how political country where the political currency is the Bitcoin in America that also has come together on top of that. But the spirit of establishing common ground, even though I'm here to conservative and we may have our disagreements, I invite you to express my gratitude for your independent private effort to establish common sense gun safety laws. Owning firearms is every American's constitutional right, like all Canadians. Like this, that office of gun and the door purchased by put common sense gun safety law. I look forward to seeing the law all the best and God bless. But not only the first to assess my own biases, my own reflexive reactions, my own steps across that other might not see them. I read that and I think there's no question that there at the very least a certain ambiguity as to what Tucker started that letter with what sounds like totally marvelous under Tucker calls it, maybe not everybody thinks of it's Tucker with Tucker Carlson, but in that context, I think not to make history, but this history as music as not to get history of that like how states can put something or something on the movie or something that said that somehow with her common sense about cities and both fairly conservative and respects the Constitution. And one of his favorite things in America, I really need to touch upon the word because he's drafted in Tucker Carlson style. And I hesitate to Twitter to let the world know that copycat Kamala is right back at it and copying Trump's quotes. Viva Pride and the Viva Pride. I have some doubts that this letter is real. I imagine Tucker Carlson will date this letter. That being said, assuming it's real, Alex Smith and Kamala Pride had ethnic tactics. Stolen Trump ideas / tactics. I'm now up to 5 influence that. 1. No tax on tips. 2. Take back the American flag. 3. Investigation into chronic diseases in children. 4. Building a border wall. And now 5. Copying the Oprah Winfrey letter. When your success in life has been achieved with your body, not mind, you must copy those around you with bigger minds. And then I follow it up with this tweet. Viva Fry at the Viva Fry. Just realize there are pictures of Tucker Carlson's signature on the internet, and none of them even remotely resemble his, right? And Tucker, like most meticulous and intelligent people, dates his letters. They didn't just lie to the American people again. Did you at Hey, I appreciate you did not actually say Tucker Carlson wrote this letter, but the suggestion is obvious and apparent from the replies. It also comes in the wake of the Oprah Winfrey letter. This letter is drafted in rhetorical style and tone of Tucker Carlson, and the tweet suggests some prior existing disagreement between her and both Tucker and both on other issues, which would be quite a weird thing to say if she was just referring to some random Tucker. Kamala's tweet, though not an outright lie, is a lie by omission. It's a lie by deception. She knows damn well what she's doing. You don't just put on a letter from Tucker a week after Trump puts on a letter from Oprah and then play all this together. I didn't say it specifically from Tucker Carlson. You just made that assumption. I made that assumption because it's considerable assumptions to make to connect the dots given the behavior, and even Tucker Carlson had to try and understand the response. Epic interview with Tucker Carlson and Tucker Carlson. Letter from a friend. Tucker, I can't believe I wrote this letter, but here goes. Honestly, I never thought we had all that money. Always had to find some money progressive. This is what I don't need in law enforcement. National boards for the right of American citizens to exercise fundamental human autonomy. You seem like you were lying. I thought I disagreed with you on everything. Boy, was I wrong. The other night I was looking at the internet and saw your conversation with Bobby Kennedy here. There wasn't a word I disagreed with. Not one. I turned to Montel and I said, quote, I was very wrong about this man. He's so very wrong. Only because he's so wrong, I just thought he's difficult. But he's pouring poetry and women's smoke. He's straight in with them bricks. His blood is so blind firm. And with his tears, I get back to the side of the ball, end quote. I was so impressed. So thank you. You showed me something about myself and about people. I will never forget it until we XOXOXO and every time and then hard on them, and she never said it was one from all. No. There was no deliberate ambiguity. Somehow Tucker Carlson was second guessing the second evidence report and the prosecution. And by the way, if you haven't already done it, make sure you go down there and hit that subscribe button and hit the you could script this in a movie and no one would believe because they would say this is not believable, this is too stupid to be true. But no, lo and behold, it's just Kamala. So with that said, if you like my video, you know what to do, like, share, subscribe, yada. If you want to get some merch, go to VivaFry.com. We have the bestest merch on earth. That's the guy Rich. Just pretty darn good merch. If you want to support us at VivaBarnesLaw.com, we got the most of all that.
tried watching it work. We haven't even seen the Ukrainians conducted a massive attack of their own, spanning pretty much the entirety of Western Russia and hitting infrastructure and other insights from the Russian Federation now, and it's the entirety of the Russian Federation will be seeing and tasting the black smoke of burning oil over the next few days as multiple major oil fields and counting that a major power plant south of Moscow have been hit by the yesterday night. We also see news that the United States, an attack by Iran against Israel will be happening within the next 24 to 72 hours. So, or back to the weather, if you really want to put that with normal life on that one, it's the state fight on that 50,000 US has said this about 20 or 30 times. So we'll be covering the state with a lot of caveats to it. So it's not really what I would say. I'm not prioritizing that as big news. I'm prioritizing that as solid. But moving on from that, and trying to into the area of first, we haven't been really 20 conducted attacks against the Russian Federation's more important their list to the point that 38 has been completely shut down. The Kirkendall power plant has also been shut down as well, and probably that is beginning to pin down the entire machine that is south of the River City, and is not able to make their way out, while continuing heavy battles around the area of Fort Evo, attempting to gain control of such an important linchpin of the western flank at this moment. And in the next time inside of Ukraine, we also will get a lot of news in this area as well, showing us that apparently there is a decent amount of action happening from Ukrainian forces here, either trying to stop the Russian offensive around South Yard or to stop the Russian offensive around across the day, except for one small area in this small area where the Boston River will be the Russians take out the border, where we're holding on to the talking about so once again, we're back at it after some time with it. But nevertheless, it's some of the start getting into that right now, moving into our biggest piece of news, which is the massive Ukrainian attack that was conducted against the Russian Federation just last night. The area of this attack was vast, spanning all of it from Rostov-on-Don and up into the Kirov area, an 800-mile width to this attack that occurred overnight. We saw the Ukrainian drones started to pummel and hit every single strategic site that Ukraine had apparently prioritized to be hit and destroyed, and it appears that every single attack so far has ended up proving to be very successful, especially the one that happened down in Rostov-on-Don, or at least the Rostov-on-Don Oblast, as they hit a major oil depot near to the town of Shetinsky.
This weirdo. This is like the future Trudeau. Watch out for. What an embarrassment. Son Fraser. He's so cute.
Oh man, finally almost out when he showed like a completely charged like image of the oil depot. I hope it's out by now. The whole place is like burned to the ground. Dude, I showed this good bird. It's like all shriveled up and black and everything. I'm like, that's almost out. It's like, but it was almost out. It's a miracle, everyone. A miracle from the Lord, I'd even say, because it appears that all of the oil at the facility has been burned, and there's really nothing left. We don't know about this facility over here. It appears to be completely untouched, but the rest of the facility has clearly been burned to a crisp. And not only that, the fire then spread from the facility and on towards the city of Proletarsky itself, further to the left side of the street along center stage for the large part. Nevertheless, the fire is almost out. But that doesn't mean that Rostov-on-Don gets to forget what black acrid air looks like, and also the taste and smell of it, which is a very distinct smell from that kind of a burning oil. Oh, no. Ukraine saw that this fire was going out today, and they knew that it is a priority, a humanitarian mission, as a matter of fact, to keep the Russians warm. That fire up there may be cooling down, but once Ukraine will rather low facility in another part of Roscoe and Don, near Michigan's. And we can actually see that one somewhere up here along the highway. And it's right here. They were actually building it at the time that this picture was taken, so we don't get to see all of the actual tanks that are at this oil depot yet. But the facility was completely constructed at this point in time, and the Ukrainians ended up hitting it pretty heavily, and I mean really heavily. We got to see that apparently, and let me see if I can make sure to get the best clip I can show of this first. This is what it looked like today. The video wouldn't be complete without some power snacks flying by. And also some navigational instructions. That's it. Take the left. So that is a pretty big fire. Yeah, we're going into the fire. It's another day on the dollar. Keep driving. I was going to drop like a truck or something. Yeah, like an 18-wheeler or something along those lines. FBI was after a London and all that line exploded. They're crazy. Someone's on the radio and let me change something like that. That's pretty tough. Why does one fire goes out and 6 months later the hospital? And this is not the only video we got of the fire as well. We actually got a large amount of videos once again showing how severe this fire was getting burned. This one was barely at most of the facility and was a still shot showing the beginning of the fire. We can actually see about 3 of the tanks at the depot on the fire. I think you're right. I think this will cause the rest of the entire facility for them to they wanted to stop the other one trying to stop it. I doubt those are going to be stopped either. Oh, spoiled. What? We got to get wrong. That's what you got to see. Wow, we haven't touched on that a little bit. Almost spoiled the story. What do you think is happening at this point? Great firefighters have raced up the road, you see the day here, somehow put out this fire, you did that. Not even clear. Which one is it? My guess is they raced up the road since they're like mobile office desks and started to take it. You were wrong. They're not even there. It's a little like pictures. And apparently, those firefighters are showing up at all, at least according to what they're saying. So, it doesn't seem like they're going to be trying to put out this speed. A lot of people are trying to put out fires back now to lower it. Either they don't want to do it, or listen to something about fire. Immediately, and having to show them on the scene to try and put this fire out. And it looks like the Stupidity Fire Brigade is better than one Boulevard. The one Boulevard showed up and got a lot of their guys burned to death because the people who explode, the tanks would explode right on top of them, and that was bad for a lot of them. Apparently, the guys at Penske just aren't even going to give it an effort. They're just going to let the whole facility burn down and show up. That's much pretty smart. They don't know how up and down the line of equipment to do it. So, I'm going to not go home. That's the easy. Well, why not? Anyway, it's not like you have to go out and got money to keep the heater on during the winter. I mean, hell, there's a giant heater just outside the city at this point. Just open up the window and keep going back. Or better yet, able to touch and slow. Either one. It takes much forever here, I mentioned, but nevertheless, it's not a good day for the Russians in this area. They have really bad time because it's the problem that all the fire will most likely mostly not the entirety of the facility. Over those, and he covered the oil streams and gas streams would have been destroyed by the time this fire was. But it's still good to see this stuff. I really outlined that down because while the damage is significant, sure, it burns a lot of oil, but people go eventually on these controls that is more good. the Russians no longer have these large bodies of working on that will really, that matter, a lot of useful fuels to work off of to keep their vehicles. And for that reason, that's going to start slowing down the Russian economy massively as the price of goods continues to skyrocket. Now you've been military operations anywhere in the war incredibly difficult as the price of goods in the Russian representative will also be a lot higher as well. Meaning that overall, it's kind of a and you know, of course it's on the facility. The Russians can take control of that facility after all. It's not like they're using competitors. If you wanted to cross the Russian Federation, that would be insane, but we are. There's another one up in Poland, up in the area of a month ago, as well. Now let me take y'all to this little here, Poland, right here. And when we look at this now, you look around and you see what's described as typical Soviet style with laid out this incredibly bizarre way, like there's really no design element involved with city planning. All of the walking rail yards that we have set up out here, very Soviet because they never really had a lot of railroad. And then we also have this giant oil depot right down here in the southwestern corner of the city. How does it get free? All we understand, it houses some kind of gas, some kind of oil. Some sort of gas product used in vehicles running. Well, you have to see something happen. How can it go? So, we can see that right after that video was filmed, the oil depot exploded. So we have to feel that the two correlate. The oil depot exploded. Dude, you got some air out here. The door's getting close. What's going on? And then the slow down goes, so crap, like what you think. The fire that I like y'all it's like some sort of like an interesting vehicles of the former Soviet Union display. You got the Ural fire truck, you got the UAC 469 from like the Soviet border guards attached. You got a lot of maybe like an automotive some people's parking lot. But still, here's the background. That don't get you in down one of the side of the town, Poland, and this would probably end up posting this condition. We haven't gotten a lot of information yet about this. We haven't even heard the fire did start. We haven't gotten any picture or video evidence to really judge the scale of the fire and also the severity of the damage. If all of your close being one garage, one pathway, all the facilities, fire not we'll have to out as fear that will be a little bit less. But still, this is the second oil depot in a single day that has been stricken and destroyed by the Ukrainians. Trying to make sure that the Russians are not on that good of a footing at this point. But that's not the only thing that happened. Over in Yaroslavl, we got to hear that apparently a refinery is currently being evacuated due to the threat of a potential drone attack, showing that apparently there was news, a heads up of the sort that an attack was coming. So the entire refinery has been evacuated for that reason. We're assuming it's currently and temporarily offline. Security forces received information about a possible from the evacuation of Slavia Vignano's oil refinery personnel to a safe location, which is right outside the game. Because as soon as the explosions over there, you go, get back to life! It's going to be right back in there, probably not because the whole refinery will be on fire. But beyond that, it's still interesting to note that here's the Russians had a really big problem with drones today, but probably one of the biggest about 3 miles from the border, but does stretch out all directions in a large stretch. You can see that the M4 pretty much lays out the very widest area of Moscow for the most part. But a little bit further down the road, and down here is the city, Ryazan. Ryazan is a fairly interesting town. Its name sounds a bit like rice, which is a kind of a poison. I'm sure we're very fond of this town for that reason. But you also see a lot of fish coming from the Ryazan right here. Mostly in the one silicon that they have, the panels of the Tower of London, a little bit made of brick. You can also see they have a lighthouse. Yeah, that's just really interesting, because if I remember correctly, Ryazan isn't even near a sea, or even a major river for that matter. Why do they have a lighthouse? Like, what's up with that?
You see, it doesn't matter what the area is like. There may not be an ocean or any body of water nearby. What matters is what's in the heads of the people in Ryazan. They feel like they're on the water because they feel like they're abandoned out at sea. So they said, let's build a lighthouse now. Let's make it to that coast. Man, they built this lighthouse for the state visit of Kim Jong-un. If he arrived in Ryazan, there's going to be a guy up there on top of the lighthouse saying, sound the bomb over. There she goes! Like something like that. It's going to be something along those lines. I don't know what the lighthouse is for, though, because it's not even near what I would assume is a navigable river. So I don't know why this is here in Ryazan. It's got to be. I mean, I guess I have no clue why this would be in Ryazan. But beyond that, there's another big thing near the area of Ryazan, which is this big power plant that provides a lot of the power for the surrounding area. Now, power plants are generally important. I feel like many people know that, but just in case, power plants are really important. They provide power, and power runs everything these days. It runs your water. It runs your water. It keeps the lights on. It helps you out with the If you're British, you're probably dead by now, but each day. But beyond that, electricity is incredibly important to everything. And power plants are simple that produce that average level. It appears that today something happened to one in Ryazan. He got blown up. Because it's pitch black, it really lets you see the kind of severity of the explosion. Damn. Jeez. That was just a big needed something to do. He did successfully. That's just the Just saying that. Seems like that might like the way to watch this one. find forms of those things. Oh, we shot everything down. It's totally fine. Don't worry about it. It's like, well, that doesn't sound good because obviously you see right here in the video, it's nasty. You're probably good. I didn't say I think expert analysis here. But I think that it's probably had this but still, it's kind of impressive. It's getting knocking out the local area of power. It seems like the Ukrainians are starting to get the same thing that the Americans had. For a while. Now, Ukrainian power now it's kind of a but it is very possible. But I don't know how it's going to go. It doesn't really seem like the Russians will be winning this long term because the Russians really don't have such energy. It's going to be pretty bad. And all of them somewhere inside of Ukraine, somewhere around towards me. They have a little bit of experience. They can't. Because you see, they actually relocate all over the we got all this done. And all we know is this is all we got. That is no evidence that we're here to have. I'm sure the Russians would love it if the person took a photo of this, by the way, because the Ukrainians could geolocate the exact spot. I'm pretty sure they already found that. But yeah, I mean, it seems like the Russians do not take that well. Money can tell. Money can take a big deal. We're trying to geolocate this. So, we need to see something. We drop it. About 20 minutes. So let's get this over with. So they're all still so if you look this way, so the rock way, very end. Also, in 2007, like quality, like geez, like you're all getting like worse cameras. But anyways, that we have to remember that these are apparently CIA ops. Like take these pictures up in crap. About the oh wait a minute, it's still good. Well, all the world that was. That's the railroad crew. This back in 2018, they were still working on that part. Yeah, they were still working. So, I was thinking, which side door is taking on developers, right? Good deal location, just black. What do you guys? Well, there is here down in summer, so let's get ISS and see next year. That's going to be built up based off of the live and the U.S. stuff we get. But they are starting to locate a lot more towards earthquake. And this is also adding on to kind of a saga of comic straight through driving and all of that. Because now that the ski of all the railroad crews are knocked out, now we're starting to see that here which is quite heavily supplied of forces in Kherson, and for that reason they're trying to defend it with the country. That's pretty interesting that at the time, it's the best we can do.
think it's entirely because of logistical reasons that they're putting all the resources down the grid? Because I'm thinking parts of that, this thing will all run out of long, locked out of action, basically. The game is supposed to have to back to 30. But it seems like we're even off taking all the stations out of the house and down on the board and stuff like that. So it might be going to something. Jersey is really a big, like, propaganda market for the Ukrainians. It seems like maybe the Russians know that, and they're more focused on not leading to a picture of Ukraine as propaganda victory over the country.
That would be the case, that they're really scared of something like that happening. Not only that, it's not just $7 in Ukraine about how much you're going to control the other side. It's also important to it's simple implied they have connected ideas to Russia physically to that bridge. Knocking it out for both sides, Russia is connected and also on the Ukrainian side, it was very positive because they would be knocking out land access to the Russian state. The thing is that after Russia at all, it's always connected
they don't have to get on whatsoever. Like, really, why do they come from the Russians simply, saying, well, Crimea's ours, Crimea's ours. It's like, well, why do you need Crimea? They took it for Ukraine rather than just have
back, but the sports on Russia has stated put out by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to withdraw Belarusian forces from the border area it's hard to stop. Now the Russians are saying but it also begs the question, will the Russian pass to those forces that are in the area? Russia is in charge, and they're the ones actually calling the shots with Lukashenko and Belarus, and that's why these armed forces are near the border? Or are they professional yapping? Or do they just yap a lot, and they just never stop yapping, and they just want to say something before the Ukrainians talk? Maybe it's a little fishy, and some people need some more empathy. Maybe some people just don't know where to go with this information at all and want some more good enough future. There's a lot of people with a lot of different ideas about what's happening in Belarus now with the Russian state today. How involved are the Russians with these groups in the local area? And a lot of people have been talking about this. Matthew, what are people thinking about that? What are you thinking as well?
All right, so it looks like 50% of the audience said this proves that Russia is in charge. They're the ones really behind the don't see troops going from the border all of a sudden. The 42% said this is simply and 5% said right here, I would say that it's pretty obvious this point that Russia is calling John because Lukashenko didn't make a statement today. The Russians came out on behalf of the entire nation. He said we don't fire the and they spoke on behalf of Belarus. Like, Belarus is safe by knowledge. So, to me, that's a clear indication that Lukashenko is not calling it's probably good with the call by Russia, or they can keep the organization, or they can take some of the threats. Belarus can live that process through forcing it to happen. Because it serves I'm with a 49% for summer. Let's enforce it. Let's say you.
I would have to be with 30 years as well. Let's go to Russia and set the example to make sure the Belarus contradict the Russian state. They also show that the Russians are probably the ones who authorized Belarus to do something like this, because they are probably trying to create a ruse this area, or maybe even draw the revolution even before the maybe possibly overrun the Ukrainians. Which is probably key to Paris deal. We also the Russian Federation, and for that reason, Russia would be the most important job and tell the television what they're about to do, where it is. There's something else that we have to do. Something that's a lot of this is still something that we bring into attention down inside of Middle East, we have heard that inside of the city of Isfahan, where a large amount of the and ended up entering was present when the pipe exploded and they ended up getting killed. It may suggest that it was actually a one of the nuclear research facilities, although we can't really confirm that for certain. Although Isfahan is where and it also this is actually what here's that some of the main and confident damage, although the extent of devastation at this airfield. Not only that, we have to see this really weird well, it looks like second. It looks like there's no way around it. That's just so, but another big thing, even bigger than the light, the United States said it. Lebanese media is reporting that senior U.S. defense officials have recently informed several Arab nations, including Lebanon, that a large-scale Iranian it hurts me to even read this stuff because it's like, I'm going to be entirely honest. This could be nothing. They've said this about 20 times. It's going to happen in 48, 72 hours. You know, I'm sure they're going to do nothing. If they do something, it's going to be a lot. Apparently, the United States is expecting that it's just going to be that it's the same pace. That continues like it has for years. I'm believing that that does address that fairly well, in my opinion. But still, there's a lot of else who also have opinions about it. A lot of people seem to be talking about this statement that the U.S. made today, apparently the Arab nation, saying that the attack was coming around the corner here really soon. And, Andy, what are people thinking about this statement? What do you think about it? Do you think it's legit? Do you think this is just another false alarm like every other? What are you thinking about it? What does everyone else think about it?
So on this question right here, is Iran still imminently ready to attack Israel at a given day? So 42% said I agree, it's still imminent, and 30% said I disagree, it's more misleading. And on this one, I gotta tell you that I doubt that Iran is going to attack anytime soon, because once we rolled up all of the U.S. ships and equipment into the area, including our fighter jets, that was the moment of truth. If Iran was going to go ahead and attack, they would have gone ahead and already done it, in my opinion. But now that we have all of our assets in the region, and Iran is surrounded by four corners, basically, they would be quite crazy to attack Israel, because if we would defend the Israeli country, I doubt we can really do that, but we would shoot down stuff going toward Israel, and it would largely be a failure by the Iranians. And also, it would bring conflict some unknown sort toward Iran. I'm not really sure what we would do, because it's really hard to predict that these days, but we might do something, and Iran doesn't want to risk it. So I think I would have to disagree. I don't think they're ready to go at any given moment, and I'm actually with the 29%. But unfortunately, what say you?
I would have to say that, in my opinion, I would also have to be with 29% as well. I would have to say I disagree. An attack is not imminent, because we've gone through this time and time again. I honestly have very little patience to even explain this, because we on this channel take the official government reports at face value. When someone says something like that, we take it 100%. We trust it completely. And we have trusted you. Our lives get flipped upside down back here, because then we're sitting there waiting for those next 72 hours for something to happen. Like, we're sitting here at home all day. We do not leave. We are constantly paying attention to everything that's happening down there. Literally a blade of grass can be moved by the wind. We will be paying attention to stuff like that down there, waiting for something like this to happen. And for about 20 times now, we have done this over and over and over again, and these attacks have never come. This is the original of retaliation was supposed to be coming not that long after the one in April, admitting, and it's now about the beginning of September. We're still seeing that the second recent attack has not come, and that's leading me to believe it's never going to come. And they're just kind of stringing everything along, or America's just, going through moments of paranoia in the region, believing that it's coming. I would just have to be honest with you, I'm not really putting a lot of stock in this. We are reporting it, though. Because while I don't put a lot of stock in these reports, but we will look like idiots if we don't report them, and then something did happen, then they actually said it was going to be reported, and it did,
one effect that will happen is when Iran is not attacking Israel, which I really doubt they will at point. At least it has these lockdowns, but looking at Iran's perspective, it will keep Israel on edge, because they have to stay prepared just in case something did randomly start happening from Iran's side. They have to be ready to go to that territory. So Iran actually has said that out loud, by the way. They said they want to basically keep Israel in a state of psychological detriment and torment, and that's basically what only going to do if they don't attack. And Israel stays in readiness, and it stays basically in chaos and stuff. Also, the war, Captain Wars has to be decide what we're going to do. So it keeps it in a perpetual state of wondering what's going to happen. But I really doubt anything's going to happen, but we've got to stay ready to shoot things.
Yeah, I'll have to say, maybe that's the case. I don't think we need this coming out of this time around, this the other time. I'll be happy to be proven wrong. Actually, I wouldn't think that happened. So the attack going on, but you'll still get the picture. If something changed and that wasn't the case, and the attack actually did happen, then we're wrong, and that's that. But I have no idea what attack will happen in the next 48 to 72 hours. But we'll still wait and see. Moving on out of the Middle East, because there's not really a lot to talk about down here at the moment. It's just kind of the status quo. We're now beginning to back on up into Ukraine, and actually got some pretty interesting news. Obviously, first cold lost area. Well, we did that. We do have a couple of interesting questions to answer. Matt, what do we got?
All right, so moving into our first Super Chat segment of the stream,
course, with years of Blaine is a long-time channel legend and a very generous $100 television channel. Blaine was the best sport that is very generous of you. And then they said it has been a while since I've supported the channel. And this is my favorite enforcers. And I have a request for Halloween. Can we dress up for Marvin in his costume and take a question from the chat? Thank you so much for the support. I can think of massive support. And also, I like that idea. That's actually pretty fun. Like, you can start dressing up the Marvin for different occasions. That would be pretty cool. I don't know what you can dress it up as. Let's see, maybe a hot dog vendor. We can do that. Hot dogs, or we can do all kinds of things really to dress up the little Marvin for Halloween. We can do that. We should do that. I would probably do that in the question segment. Because, you know, like, why not? Like, pretty close to Halloween, probably Halloween night, if we're live that night. Let me check. Are we live on Halloween night, or is that a Monday? That would be on Thursday, so we would be live on Halloween night, so let's take it. So, I hope that does address that fairly well. We will be trying to make sure to get a little bit of a spooky, fun, and test Halloween. Nevertheless, thank you so much once again for the time for yourself, and thank you for supporting this channel, helping it keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. We wouldn't be able to keep this thing going, and I definitely want to thank you once again, because folks like you are only there to make this thing possible. Many people may pay attention to this, or may notice this, that when you click on these streams, we don't have any ads running on the scene. We don't have any sponsors to see it. And that's because the streams run entirely at sponsoring. Run 6 days a week, and about 70 hours a week. Is thanks to amazing folks like Plant Lady supporting this channel and helping keep on running. And that's why we give them a massive amount of thanks and appreciation, because if it wasn't out for them, we wouldn't be able to make the show possible forever. And there's not a lot of support. Maybe 30 a night, most nights. On my night, there may be 40 or 50 of them. So that's out of about 50,000 people or 100,000 people who watch this show today. So we owe them massive thanks and appreciation for this channel. Those 30 to 50 people every night make this stream possible for about 100,000 people, and they make it possible for us to support ourselves through this channel. So thank you so much once again for the incredible support of the channel as well. And with that, we are on it. Thank you so much once again. Yes, to the internet or second super chat. It's going to go to the game and with a very generous $100 donation as well. Thank you for support. And again, Daniel tonight. Thank you for Daniel's best support. Helps us on my side. He said, I've been listening to you guys for a bit. It's just a friend. And that's very good for you. You just keep up the amazing job. And I got to thank you for the fans who support David. That history of the channel that holds it up this game. Was not really important to we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible forever. The stream runs on the premise of being and responsibility for bringing folks to life. No one has to even support this channel design and I can sit back and enjoy it. But the few folks like you help us to reach this hospital. I can make it massive once again. And help us to not for folks like you. We won't be able to do it right now. This is fresh, by the way. That's incredibly cool to hear. I love people enjoy the channel. They actually talk about friends and stuff that this had a lot to do. And then everyone starts watching the whole family together on the TV every night after they watch the stream. Like it's a late night show. Like it's a night show. And it's kind of weird because, interestingly enough, it's definitely that needs what you call summer night. Meanwhile, this is top 100 streams in Mexico, and there we are last night at number 54 in America for the longest live stream on air. That's pretty wild. Almost at the top 50, just a few stories. I probably will be the top 50 because I ain't going to be about 1,000. Actually, so that's crazy. Thank you for playing. Well, but I still have to say a big thanks once again for the support and helping us out. Thank you for the and enjoying it enough to support it to help keep on going. No one ever has to. Everyone can just sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. But we got even huge thanks to the folks who do support us. It's not the folks like y'all who so with that, thank you so much, and I hope that doesn't feel sad incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the final question of the segment, and we're going to be up the first overalls. Being the last one of the segment, it's going to go to another channel legend in BC's county. The channel legend, what's named in the Dollar Nation, also has some support that you really well, and sadly on this one, no comment from the rest, but real quick, I think put in a super stick over the back there. Scroll back up at the here, he did. He put in that dome. He's on the smartphone switch. Like it says, you're amazing. They got close to the beat once again. But thank you, BC, very much. And of course, here, what's the and I have to thank you for the massive support BC's channel, helping this channel and keep on. It didn't grow the comment, but I know why. It's the comment. I think you ran out of comments, but we do know that you always had incredibly kind words to say back when you did throw in the comments. And I got to thank you so much once again for always being behind this channel and supporting fairly regularly. As far as like you make this a reality for us to work on every single day, like we need to actually do this in their full-time job. This is their job. And I get to thank everyone so much that enjoys this channel and supports it. Y'all don't have to. But nevertheless, y'all made it possible for us to do this for 970 straight days, covering the news from around the world for each and every single one. And so with that, thank you so much. And I hope that does address that in front of you guys. And because, well, not the folks like you, absolutely legend, wouldn't be able to be here right now. So with that, thank you so much once again. And we are now going to be first gold loss. And all the news is all about here. It's things are getting worse. They're getting really worse in Russia. They had shut down the entire E-40 highway from first to the list. They were traffic, the amount of attacks that are happening is so high on the day that large numbers of civilians are at risk if they end up getting shrapnel in front of the windshield because of the hitting the Russian trucks, shrapnel on the down. This is not going to happen well. Starting to shut down entire highways. Inside of this, not only that, they now completely closed the first power plant. Local authorities have restricted entry to Kurtz town that is connected to the nuclear power plant. It is now officially a closed city. People are not allowed to enter the town of Kurtzville, which is the one that actually next to the power plant. They're not allowing a soul in there. And it's because, according to the Russians, of the terrorist operation, or more so what I would call a military defensive operation. That's really what it is. But still, since no things are going that well anymore, they're shutting down entire highways, they're making closed cities. What's up with these things so broken up there? Well, the thing is, still, but it's not even better for watching down the front line. We have to see that down here, the still ocean bridge layers end up and wiped out. We can see the drone here floating around up in the sky trying to find its Russian bridge layer. It's around. It's going to get immediately caught on the fact that all fidelity first and everyone wants everything. Not exactly, not like I moving out from that district, Washington and saving their brigade, so much like the river crossings, it destroyed the Russian bridge layers are being partially knocked down before they can even set up any kind of river crossing. It's just wild out there, and I think that it's just going to continue. They're quite poorly. entirely honest with you. They all that. I know they didn't see the 90 divided by interesting enough, it appears that they put such an enormous slat of the PRE files on the right side of the jury. I don't know why they did that, but it's also the page of this looks like it's difficult to bail out of this vehicle if got hit because of how big and how much the negotiation had covered. Moving on from that, and out of that little bit of news, we then got to see a lot of the battle action actually around the outskirts of Fort Eagle. I saw that bot. That was he said, oh, really, APOC. That wasn't APOC, that's Cody. Yeah, it was an APOC, that's Strategy One. Also, on the way, very apes are crazy dead. Apes running around in the woods. They have Russians. Do they count? Oh, yeah, that might count. Do they have like legit snakes? Like real ones? I don't think. Well, I think I was curious because I saw the scrub brusher standing there. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, the different got straight up. Got one fight. Something like, what's going on here? Yeah, it said, let's see here. It says there are 11 species of snake in Ukraine, but among them only 3 species are poisonous. The step viper, the common viper, and the impulsive viper. So they're out there. So I was wondering, I was like, what would be like over this scrub brush right here, like towards Alabama? Your odds of running across a snake in Alabama, it's like pretty much every time I've ever gone to the woods, there's always a snake somewhere out there. But I was wondering about the Ukraine. Looks like they got to be poisonous. So trying to do that. Also, I saw something interesting here in the chat. Some people said, oh, look, there's snakes in every corner of the world. Not in Ireland. Not in Ireland, apparently. From what I've been told, at least, there's no snakes in Ireland. I might be wrong. Maybe there is a snake in Ireland. I'd have to prove. But still, according to legend, St. Patrick, who has an entire day as a holiday here in America, for generally does the Irish immigrants came to America for all the holiday with them. But according to legend, St. Patrick banished the snakes from Ireland, so they all hopped in the boat and then sailed over to England. And then the IRA did that like 1,000 years later. But anyways, moving on from that into the remainder of this book.
Also, real quick, by the way, huge shout out all the first-time super chatters tonight. We've had a ton of new ones, but huge shout out, that's more appreciated.
Yes, thank you so much. It means a lot to us. And with that, that's it. But still, very interesting to see this little firefight pulling from Fort Eagle. Nevertheless, we didn't really get a lot of video picture evidence today from the rest of the first fronts. We believe the fronts are stabilizing at this point, but the Ukrainians are still making minor advances here and there as they go. It's not incredibly rapid advance at this point anymore, as you can tell. So it does appear that the front lines are largely stabilized, except for the area around the western flank, where Ukraine is continuing to move forward little by little here and there. But anyways, with that, we are now going to be moving on out of the first Oblast and down into our location. We actually have a decent deal of interest in this night. We got to see that the Ukrainians ended up dropping a bomb in Russian. This is a very interesting clip. They used a new kind of drone called the Queen Hornet for this thing. We see it coming on down. It's actually kind of big. And they drop the bomb. There goes the Queen Hornet. And any second, whoa! And it's going off. It's going mid.
They threw lumber all over the ground.
Man, I gotta say, it's crazy. You know, it's almost like a Home Depot out there. But moving on from that into our next clip, we also get to see that apparently some American Army Rangers, U.S. Army Rangers, not the ones from the Ranger tab, but the ones from the 75th Rangers, are apparently joining the Ukrainian Special Forces and involved in some pretty cool stuff. Check it out. We got Thomas the Tank Engine and someone moaning mixed together. They call that a song. No, man, it's like, what the hell is that? That's not a song. That's like, that's just bullshit. Like, it's like, come on, make real music.
Man, based on the music, it sounds like we the last mission based on the moaning and the music.
You know what? They need a sample hot dog game and then have like that. Or something like that. That is a song.
That would go over well and well. It's not like they get flipped off by everybody in the regions.
It is the most popular song of the century.
Also, I see that the snake conversation has really spurred a lot of talk in live up here. Everybody's talking about the rattlesnake here. So we've got plenty of them here. We've got copperhead, rattlesnake, cottonmouths, rat snakes, the common rat snake, non-venomous. We've got all kinds of snakes, like Alabama is full of them. Yeah, we got the coral snake, that's occasionally. We've got that fake coral snake as well, that heat snake.
And then we got the exotics from overseas. The viper, let's see, what else? We got a lot of crazy ones because the people down in Florida allow to have exotic pets, and then they end up dumping them all by the Florida, the Everglades, or they end up dumping them here in Alabama. So now, every once in a while, you can end up running into a completely foreign exotic snake that is indigenous to Alabama, but they now live in the wild. In case y'all didn't know.
I have kicked venomous copperhead before, kicked it and didn't get bit, and go down eventually. And then I ran over a rattlesnake, or we ran over a lobster snake. They did like on cracks in Alabama, you skid over the snake, you see it simply snap straight, skid over and get them. So that's what we do here. But also, like the Australians, I will say this, the Australians are much different in the way they handle the snake. Like they actually like really kill the snake, like much more than we do in the South, but they kill the snake with a ringer.
And I gotta tell you, everyone's saying that there's no snakes in New Zealand, apparently. That sounds nice, actually. That would be really nice, because the thing here in Alabama is you can never really go out and enjoy a walk in the woods, because your eyes always focus on the ground in front of you, and you're having to walk really slow, because you're scared of stepping on a snake, a venomous one, and then having it bite you. And we can see here the Rangers guys, the Rangers go force and they look around. Oh, this is more artillery out there. This is a lot of artillery. And the producer Bubba said, Matt, are you afraid of snakes? I can answer for him. He is, and so am I. I don't like snakes. I can't. Like, I'll kill them.
I hate snakes, because most of the snakes I've run across are venomous. Like, it's only occasional I'll run across like a common rat snake or something. I won't do anything to those. I'll let them go. King snakes as well, because they use the rats and bat snakes. But rattlesnakes, cottonmouths, and copperheads. I've kind of let the copperhead have a little bit of a leeway, because they did bite me a couple times. I actually picked some stuff on them and stuff. But the rattlesnakes, though, like they're getting it every time. Like those things are done for.
Man, I would agree, man. But also another interesting clip right here. We got to see a Russian attempting to defend himself from an incoming drone with an RPG. We can see him holding the RPG like a spear. He seems really natural in feet. And I don't think that worked. I don't think it worked at all. I think it just doubled the explosion. Not good for him. It doesn't look like those armies and sports with drone units. But moving on from that and into our next clip, we also get to see some pretty interesting Russian loss today.
Oh my god! I got 6 spots, guys. They evened it out. They is nice solid 2,950. I'll tell you what, that's great to see. Also, the losses are always above 1,000 now. Nothing new there, but of course, it's held for.
Man, a 1,090 Russian solo troops were reported to be killed over the past 24 hours. Not only that, 14 APCs, 41 supply trucks, 5 main battle tanks, 27 artilleries and 94 drones, 1 MLRS, 1 aircraft, 6 cruise missiles, an anti-aircraft warfare system, and 6 Bobcat skid steers. All in all, it is incredibly nice to see these kinds of losses being inflicted onto the Ruskies, because the Ruskies are continuing to do that well, at least as far as the front line situation is concerned. Speaking of front line, moving on over to Paul Bob Johnson, you get to see a very rare T-84 Applaud. This is very rare. These were made in 2000. A very small number of them exist. It's a modification of the T-80 series of battle tank. Very incredibly cool. This is one of the few that we've ever really seen anywhere near an active front of war, but this one is up in the heart of Evo Blast at the moment. But you can also see this one's the parade version. It actually has the Ukrainian round paint on the side, which is not military. So pretty cool to see that one in operation. Moving on out of that, down into the area of Bakhmut. We got to see the Battle of Bakhmut is continuing to progress little by little. A Russian, well, a Ukrainian Queen Hornet drone taking another pit stop to drop another bomb on another Russian. You see this hovering right over, dropping the bomb right in the opening. But the boom landed and they got him. I mean, it was good. Oh! That's the clip right there. Pretty cool. And now that you're able to smack around the Russian on the ground, it's a little. We also get to see down here in Nivensky, one Russian aircraft did not have a good day. The one down here at the bottom, that one actually got hit by an anti-aircraft gun. Pretty wild. Like, I've never heard of one getting shot down by an anti-aircraft gun. Usually it's sand or a manpad or something like that. Never an anti-aircraft gun. But we got to see it right here. Oh, man. And we can't really tell if the pilot ejected successfully right there. Like, from what we can understand, that was him bailing out right there at that last bit. But he was so low to the ground and ejected into the air. People don't know if he survived that. They did not. But the S-25 did go down. Their wingman apparently flew back home, but that is the loss of another S-25. Once again, proof that air efficient or air sources around the area of Chasiar are proving to be a little bit more difficult for the Russians than they were really expecting. But moving on down into the area of Tomsk, we also got to see some interesting stuff down here. But a lot of people have also been hearing today that while the Ukrainians are having some success with shooting down that S-25, Ukraine is saying that its biggest problem with the Western allies is not allowing more severe strikes. A lot of people have been giving their thoughts and inputs on this. Some people have been saying that the U.S. should give total permission. Some are saying that the U.S. should give some permission. Some are saying that we don't need more escalation. We need to rest, flip, and give up everything. And some are unsure on this side. But, man, what are people thinking about this? And what do you think about it as well? All right, so on this poll right here, about 73% of the audience said the U.S. should give total permission to Ukraine to strike whatever they want in southern Russia and stop holding back, while 60% said the U.S. should give some permission, but not total permission. And if 7% said we don't need more escalation, then leave it where it is, basically don't touch it. So I would say that Ukraine shouldn't have total permission, because Ukraine is not going to go suddenly strike the Kremlin, because that would cause very bad events to happen, and Ukraine doesn't even want that to happen either. So the U.S. is concerned about stuff that really isn't even an issue. Ukraine's not going to strike things like the Kremlin or any like really critical targets like that.
They just want to simply strike the airfield where the planes are being launched from and end up bombing Ukraine. That's what they want to stop. And right now they can't do that because they're not allowed to go strike those airbases, at least right now. So I think that total conversion should be given somewhere to 73%. But of course, what's a
I would say total conversion should be given as well for really the same reason. It would help Ukraine to balance battlefield and the war, and probably start taking a lot more in favor. All the way to unexpected circumstances in the future, I would say that it would be the necessary decision made at this point in the war. And so that we're now going to be moving on to that one. There is South Coast. What we have to see today, very interesting one. A Russian B-2 exploded. Oh, Chad music. I love it. Boy, 917 days of Chad music. That never gets old. But we can see the B-2 is just cooking over there. Oh, and the ammo detonated, and the BMP is gone. It's done for. Okay. Where'd you find that? I'll let my do it. I was going to do it, but you did it for me. And you said, man, and I said, where'd you find that? But anyways, moving on from that, and down this area of Cityland, and we got to see that the Ukrainians were also using some FPV drones around here to hit more Russian forces. Oh, that's scary. Oh, that's creepy. It's a samurai. Now, something that y'all may not know about samurai, that they actually have this very interesting thing that they would do at the end of battles or against their competing foes. They would cut their heads off, and they didn't just do that, like, and just leave them. No, they would actually find a way to connect the heads to their belt loop, or their belt loops, so that way they can make sure to show off all their kills. Some of them ended up carrying around baskets full of severed heads, because it was a common tribe. They don't tell you that, do they? But anyways, moving on from that, here's this Ukrainian unit, not, doing that, but hitting some Russians. And look at that, N and an MTL. They're going to go for the Brim. It's the more rare and valuable target. Right on. And you can see them going for another vehicle here. This is another Brim, another recovery vehicle. Pretty unique, actually, to see this many in one area. They had a little pitch on that. You see them hitting one of the MTLVs abandoned on the side of the road.
A bot said, you guys talk too much false nonsense, it's comical. Well, I'll be laughing, I'll get some big time.
I'm telling you, man, the only thing comical is all that nonsense others do on the town. My goodness, great. Oh, man, I'm telling you, but anyways, we can see we're going for more Russian vehicles on this road. And, oh my goodness, that one's on fire pretty significantly. See if the drone can fly around. I'll tell you everything's largely been destroyed. And oh my lord, oh my goodness, so it's the high-speed express that obliterated the guts. Like, oh my lord.
The Super Van got smashed.
Holy smokes. It's like, that's it. There's no time. Oh, they're going for, what the hell is that? It's already smoking. It's a BRTM? Where? I've never seen one of these much on either side of that now. And, I don't know what that is, but they got it. Like, they had a 300 in the window. I had to move it. But, oh, toasty. And we see them coming in for another vehicle. Oh, they're hopping out, they're running for the hills. But their lot is. That's a whole lot of nonsense right there. We can see the drone as the motorcycles. They go for the car in front of them. Oh, the motorcycle in front of them. Pull it in. Oh, and they got him.
Oh, that Honda thing popped down. the way. Oh. And there we go. Oh, my alive, you and Chris's mom. Oh, wow. Shots fired. Someone called 911. But anyways, moving on from that and into our next one, we also get to see more Russian forces in the area of that. So here's the clip right here as well. It's the same one. It didn't have the intro. I'm sorry. Moving on from that, then, on the ship, we also get to see the Russians took a military day. Check this out. We reportedly took this build about 3 weeks ago, so this is nothing. So they put a rag over the white rag. So now they're pushing they've been there for about 3 weeks or a month. Don't you love to see it? They're taking new settlements that they control for a month. Nothing new there, is there? But looking off from that, there was something new that happened down in Reagan. This C9EM became scrapped. Check this out. There it is. Alright, I don't know what kind of music that is, but they hit it and immediately turned into a small nuclear power plant. Man, the C9EM really is invincible and legendary, right? And throw some machine money out, you like it that was out for you. But anyways, with that, we're now going to be moving on from that little C9EM, which got cooked down in Marine. And we're now going to be moving on down towards remote, because we actually got a very interesting clip down here as well. We have to see a pretty crazy firefight that occurred between Ukraine and Russia. The Ukrainian went up to the dugout to fire. The Russian fired back, but all of the hits ended up hitting the Ukrainian in the bulletproof vest. So he ended up actually being okay somehow. Pretty miraculous, but you see him going up to the dugout here. I see him continuing on forward. Firing here. Notice the technique right there. Oh. And he got that technique. He got to hit the front plate and knock the wind out. He's okay, actually. Oh, you see him getting hit in the back plate as well. And he's taking a minute because a hit like that will knock the wind out of you. But the Russian is still kind of pinned down inside of his dugout here. I see him taking. He probably walking off if he really wants to. Yeah, probably, but he's taking a minute here to catch his breath. The stuff hurts like hell, by the way. I wouldn't know, but I've heard people say that when they get hit in the vest, even a level 4 plate, it will hurt like hell. We see him hanging out here for a little while longer. And he's finally getting up after having breathed off the hits. And he's now on his way out. Looks like he ended up scraping his knee, or something like that, maybe getting a pretty severe hit in the knee. But he did take out the Russian in the post, and he got back on his way to a small little dugout where he's probably going to wait for something to kind of go back to the one hell of a fight right there. This guy actually ends up having his name received by that little vest, which is pretty miraculous when you think about it. Well, that's the end of the clip right there. Big shout out to the Ukrainians for having the bravery to get shot like that, and then continue to find a way to lob a grenade to that little dugout and knock out the Russian, and then make his way on back pretty much. He's getting shot multiple times. Now, of course, he didn't actually get shot. The bulletproof vest ended up catching all of his. His 5.5 was off the plate. But still, that's got to hurt, because there's a lot of force on one of those higher velocity, 5.5 higher velocity. Out of the case of force. Getting hit by those things, plus usually hurt. And the guy still ended up taking it all like a champ and ended up winning the fight nevertheless, even though he kind of was on the back foot the entire time. That's pretty crazy to see. You gotta give a lot of credit to a guy like that. But anyways, moving on from that, we did get to see the speech from President Vladimir Zelensky here on day 970 of the war. Let's read off one. Oh, here we go. We actually have one. So let me see here. Oh, look at this. I want to get this right here.
let me get this right. He is right. They don't put him on the website. Put him out on YouTube. So, without further ado, here's the speech right.
Надзвичайно складно, очевидно, російські зусилля та найбільші сили зосереджені саме там. І дуже важливо зараз поступи нашого підрозділу. Наша статність близько до окупації. Я хочу подякувати кожному солдату, кожному командиру, які приймають позицію. Також не входить побіг щодо операції кожного року. Ми продовжуємо збільшувати територію нашого контролю. Визначено агресивно поряд з кордоном України. Сьогодні теж, як щодня, є поповнення нашого обмінного фонду. Дякую вам Богу. Це те, що допоможе повернути додому багатьох наших людей до російського кордону. Маємо розуміти зараз і те, що вся напруга, яку ми перенесли в Росію, означає, що вони не можуть направити більше ще тиску на нашу Донеччину. Коли сьогодні також доповіді міністра енергетики по відновленню після російських ударів максимально працюють ремонтні бригади, необхідні комунальні служби та державні структури мають вийти на зменшення дефіциту. Я дякую кожному, хто працює заради цього. Сьогодні тривав щодо підготовки до роботи навчального руху. Пріоритет очевидний, там, де це можливо, діти мають від школи офлайн. Цього всі умови. Для цього уряд, обласна влада, громади мають забезпечення. Це пріоритет саме стратегічний. Це збереження нормальності в Україні, збереження можливостей для дітей отримати нормальну освіту. Всі урядовці мають абсолютно чіткі завдання. Максимальна кількість відкритих шкіл мають ідеологічні для цього рішення уряду зрозуміти. Зустрівся сьогодні з делегацією Вселенського патріархату, подякував за підтримку нашого суспільства, нашої держави. Ми надалі будемо робити все, щоб Україна у всьому, що світиться та освітлювала, не залишила. Відбулося засідання Ради Україна-НАТО. Міністр оборони України поінформував партнерів щодо наших найбільш важливих потреб зараз. І, зокрема, щодо вибору, щодо захисту критичної інфраструктури. Сьогодні увесь день триває ліквідація наслідків російського удару. По Кривому і знов палії. Був удар керовано авіабомбою у Куп'янську. Просто по центру люди були під завалом. Є, на жаль, загиблі. Мої співчуття різних событий. Всім нашим партнерам варто більш активно, значно більш активно протидіяти російському терору. Цей терор ніколи не повинен стати новою ніби нормальністю для Європи. Також працюємо з партнерами щодо постачання для фонду, постачання не лише зброї, не лише збережень, але й сил на виборчі. Є виявлення далеко. Визнання наполягає на тому, що рішучість зараз зняття обмежень для України на телекомунікаційні удари зараз допоможе нам якнайшвидше завершити війну, справедливо для України та світу за нами. Захист життя має значення всіх. Однак, я дякую всім світу, хто допомагає. Слава Україні!
General Slaughter. And with that, that is the end of the speech from President Volodymyr Zelensky here on day 9 of the Second War. And that is the song, the second of this. And I gotta say, what a treat it has been. What a large contribution we actually had in 2012. I get to believe every single person who's been sitting here so far seems to stick around. We got a lot to go. I didn't talk about it. It's a fun time. It's a great time. But still, I get to huge thanks to about the first 23,000 people who are here, the 11,000 people who are still here right now, and about the 8,000 folks who watch this
since we started so far. We are entirely grateful and appreciative of every single one of y'all being here and watching this channel. There's a lot of TV channel out there on the internet covering this stuff. There's much extra to be right here being watching that and watching. I gotta thank everyone for sticking with us like that. And to let y'all all know about first time in 3 years, the Forza channel is actually now on air on iTunes. It's the first time here. Let's take a vacation here very soon in September. And we want to make sure that you all know in well advance, spread the word, which we will be those days. And we're going to right back to the regular schedule after this downtime. But we still want you all to know in that time. So that means the schedule on hard video disappeared on the internet without any breaks during that time. So we can give you all the days. I'll make sure to get this correct. These are all the days of September 14, September 17, and September 18. Those 4 days are going to be canceled, meaning that there will be no live show running during those 4 days. Of course, there will not be a show running the 16th either, as that is Monday, and that day never has a stream running on it because it's scheduled reasons. We are going to be having an incredibly fun time on this vacation, but at the same time, we will be missing each and every one. I cannot say this enough, and I cannot stress this enough. The reason why this is the first time that we've taken a vacation at all in 3 years is I absolutely love the kind of job that we have and the kind of things we get to talk about each day, and the kind of folks we get to talk to each day as well that are in the live chat right now. We got to thank every single one of y'all for being with us for an incredibly long time, always being dedicated and loyal to this channel, and I got to thank everyone for also being so kind and supportive of us taking a vacation. I feel like we owe y'all the entire world, and that's not just a feeling, that's we owe everything. It's y'all have made it possible for us to actually make this our jobs, having living with y'all have been with us ever. I hope that we can do as much as y'all have given us in return for the amount of time you work in this channel and what you can put out. I also have to say that we will be coming back with here, that if anything does happen while you are on vacation, we will be able to put out a show because there's really first piece to do that and also for vacation because like on schedules and stuff like that. But we will be putting out short videos if it's possible on those days if something really big happens. So just want to make sure that y'all know everything's going on. We'll be repeating this a lot, getting out those days. Usually 14th of September is the first day that y'all air, and then we'll be back, I believe, 18th. But I gotta say, we were so excited about but there were a lot of people out there who did not. So I'll make sure to kind of keep that down low exactly what we're going to do. But when we come back, we are going to be making sure to show you all pictures in not on screen, but on the vital news. You'll hear news. You'll hear you see us talk about vacation. But we will be showing that on pictures. So that way all of the folks are pretty hard pulling for this channel and you like see what goes behind the scenes here and there. You'll be able to see what we did. And so with that, I hope that does lay out what's going to be happening fairly well. So again, we're going to be this over probably at the end of the news segment every single day. That's what so we want to make sure that y'all have this positive about life. right back to the first super chat question. And this one here goes to Mama Masha, the $100 donation, and this is their first ever super chat stream coming out with a bang. And thank you very much. That's great for supporting health, lifelong, and wellness. And it says, hey guys, thank you so much for this couple news. And are there any news now of eternity? And thank you, and have a great night. And thank you so much. First super chat, there are so many people that we have the same experience, and it's crazy. And there's a lot of people who are super chatting for the first time ever. And just let you all know. But thank you so much. Thank you for enjoying the stream. Thank you for the kind words of love. And thank you for really enjoying the same topic. We try our best. We try our hardest to make sure that we are. To answer your question about Germany, thank goodness we're not getting anything right now. If we were, it would be something bad. It would be the beginning of a Belarusian offensive in northern Ukraine. That would not be good. So, fortunately, we're not hearing anything in the Chernihiv area at the moment. We are hearing right across the border, though, the Gomel region, that there is still a buildup of Belarusian forces there, and we are seeing that the Russians have now weighed in and said that Ukraine's demands for the Belarusians to move their forces away from the border are unacceptable, period. And that's it. So that's kind of the situation that we're looking at in this area at the moment, and we're kind of wanting to try and gauge how this will go. Hopefully we won't get any news in Chernihiv, and hopefully I'll be able to tell you this again in about a week. And say I'm concerned there every day, because if we have news from Chernihiv, it's going to most likely be bad news for the entire thing. So let's just, I'm hoping and praying. I don't have anything to tell you here in a week or two, but we never know. And so that, I hope that does address that the best I can. Thank you so much once again for supporting up this channel. Keep on running. And with that, here on to the next one. And jumping into our next one here, this one's going to go to Sinful J, a channel legend as well, who puts in a $50 donation. Thank you for Sinful J, as always, for supporting the channel. And they said very simply, my daughter catchphrase, jugga jugga. And boy, I want to say thank you so much for support. Sinful J, a channel legend in old hard vineyard, and just like these guys. And I got to thank you for being here tonight, throwing in a big amount of support. Throwing in a famous phrase, jugga jugga. You know what's crazy is that from what I know, because I feel like we were the first channel to actually show that. I think we were the ones who may have helped to pick up the whole jugga jugga thing. I remember we really laughed at that the first time we heard it, and we did the whole jugga jugga keyboard thing. I'm not really sure if we helped cement that as the thing. But that is like I remember when we were making a big deal about that, the whole keyboard thing. And we did merch on keyboard as well, like Professor Moore. Wait a minute, did we do keyboard merch, or was that Professor Moore? We did Professor Moore. I don't think we ever did Maxwell. That's right. I got mixed up. I remember Professor Moore merch. We had him on the shirt. I don't think we ever had Madjar on anything. So, but yeah, we were talking about that a ton, just passing like merch. And I've never seen anybody else really talk about like Madjar saying that. So maybe you just thought it was good, or maybe you watched the show at some point. Maybe. I mean, like regardless, it is really cool that that became a thing. Because we were around when that was first said ever at the beginning of the world. But still, huge thanks to you so much once again for supporting today and being here with us tonight and helping the show to keep on running. And with that, here on to the next one. All right, and our next one here is going to go to William Watson, who puts the 50.
No.
And let me check something real quick here. Let's see. William Watson in the spreadsheet. I gotta ask what the part here. This is not Liz for Super Chat. Liz, you work on YouTube, but huge shout out to you, William, for putting in that very good support. Thank you very much. And unfortunately, what's it? I have to say, thank you, William, for that incredible thank you. And for the greatly appreciated. That I also have to say, Watson, great. I have to go through this and say, this is you have to go through and say, there was thank you for the integration of the video team. That well, William Watson, and a great support. It's weird when you say that because, like, you don't really that. I mean,
like to explain this, you have to do this job because the amount of time you have to fully proceed every single day, he's been working at this job for about 60 to 70 hours. It is kind of weird to me about that because I'll talk to friends and I'll say work and I'll be like, oh, well, I have to work today. Like you just oh my God, it's work like 7 days a week. It's just they usually work like 7 days a week. If it wasn't for all the job, I didn't work and support it really small. So y'all wouldn't be able to make this story, but you'll make this channel for so many people. Like, really think about this. Let's say there's 30s every day, 7 days. Let's go for 7. Although it's really big. 6 days. Okay, so 5 Sunday night fundraiser. 7 Monday would be also needed. So that is about, let's see. 35, 7. Oh, maybe no, hang on. 30 times 35 times 5. But that is 175 hours every single week, and then we multiply that by 4 the whole month. It's 767. If you factor in that this channel this month has had about 4 billion views, videos, and that's the highest view month we've ever had. Just this month, the channel surpassed the total of 1 billion views, which is pretty wild to think about. But 5 pounds, that's 700 super chat by 23 million, just to get a percent. Actually 0.007% of all of the that's even off 1%. Yeah, the top 1% of this channel is like it really does. Don't even know. That's why we look at boxes. Boxes on the 1%. We're going to like having something like that until you don't make this thing popular or something. That's why we go with something massive thing. Every single one of them gives such airtime because it is it's not 7 months. It's more like 8 that's working regularly around and they'll do it voluntarily. They all make this thing. And that's why you always get mistakes to go because it wasn't just getting to this job and I don't know what I didn't do that. A lot of people just years ago on that population. People have a job. I people to have to watch every single day. And so that's huge thanks to someone else. And hope that it's said incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one. All right. And also, by the way, I saw someone for live chat. I think it was like 30 live chat stuff. They said, how come the course of admin on Davis World War II? Just a real quick to answer that. Unfortunately, the way we do it is we alternate days. So one day I'll do it, the next day the course will do one, and we flip-flop days like that in the short war something. For some reason, for like the past week, I've been getting very unlucky. Like, there's literally like hardly any news in the day said like I'm supposed to do the short war summary. And sadly, we can't make a video on those days because the title and thumbnail won't be as good. It'll barely get any views, and also there's barely anything to cover. The video will be like really long. So those videos of those days just don't really like come together that well, so we kind of skip them. So hopefully I'll have some news maybe tomorrow to make one because I need to get back into the group of doing them. So that's why I haven't been making them. So I'm not commenting out or that's good news. But anyway, looking into our next subject, we have a $50 donation from Nathaniel Doggan. And thank you very much, Nathaniel, for that $50 support. We appreciate that very much. He says, a great work with the dude. And also the quick. Yeah, it's a great work with the dude. You guys are the best. And thank you. He said, ever considered adding some beef views? And then that one of the Russians growing the Eagles line would be hysterical. And the more channel news, man. Oh, man. Oh, like a membership thing. We would have to make memberships a reality to do that. And that's probably what's going to be the bar that can happen. That would be cool, though, Daniel. And I would have to say, though, it would be cool to have memes. I just don't like channel memberships. Because with the super chat where people don't have to support the channel, like, it's not even something people have to actually think about. Because, you know, we'll think the super chat and all that stuff, but no one has to support the channel. Like, no one has to. There's really no need for people to support the channel. Because it's not being pushed in their face like something they have to do. But with memberships, it is something that happens. Because if you ever go to, it's like, say, some kind of a channel that has memberships on it, you click on their live stream, the first thing that pops up is, join a membership for this channel, and it's like that harasses viewers to give money. I don't like that. Like, I hate that. Like, I would find the channel memberships if you did not harass every single viewer who clicks on the stream to get a membership. I just find that to be extremely tacky. I feel like it's money grubbing at that point to do something like that, and that's why we don't do it. Because we just like to really try and put it in like viewers' face, like to force them to make the choice. But you support the channel or no, and then they have to pick no, and then that kind of ruins a lot. I would rather make far less money without memberships than ruin the mood for a lot of people and really make this stream seem like it's trying to reach in their pockets and grab something out, because that just it just doesn't vibe. I would love to have memes though, because that's the way we could have memes, at least in the chat. But I would still not get memes and sacrifice having no membership, because I feel like that's a better way to run the channel this way than to have it. But as far as memes go, that would be kind of fun. But I feel like sometimes the moments lost like a forced meme. Like, it's good to have the memes happen when they happen, and like have like a memeable moment. But I don't like the idea of like harvesting that moment and trying to play it later, because I feel like it kind of loses. It kind of loses after several times. It's better to just kind of reminisce on it, like maybe bring it up somehow. I do some memes on Twitter or X now from like time to time. Like, I haven't been memeing here recently. I think the last one was like a month ago or something like that. I can't remember what it was about either, but it got a lot of looks. It was actually pretty funny, like that, if I do say so myself, kind of flattering myself there. But we should make some more memes. It's just like the Court was saying, it's impossible to really like put a quota on like the memes, because unless they're natural, they're just not that fun. Yeah, also like it had a funny moment, but at the same time, if you like take that funny moment and then you start rehashing it over and over again, it's not funny. Really, that kind of works. Because like let me try and give a good example. Like Family Guy with the death mode. You know what I'm talking about, man? Like when anyone gets hit and they end up falling to the ground and that thing blow up. That was hilarious, like, the first few times they did that, but now they've been doing that for, like, 10 years, and it's like, that's old now. Like, no one likes it, because it feels forced at that point. Or, like, SpongeBob. Like, I don't watch SpongeBob, but this is what I've heard from people who criticized it. SpongeBob used to be a really good show, that just had its, like, funny moments that came around naturally, but now, in the modern day, they try and force the funny moments, and kind of, like, regurgitate stuff from the past. It's almost like a nostalgia grab kind of thing. And that's what we kind of want to avoid. We want to make sure that everything on the screen is fresh and new. Kind of like, well, not Subway. Subway is not fresh, but still. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Subway is probably straight. It's out of the book.
Man, I had to throw some fire for that one. Honestly, they're not fresh. But anyways, thank you so much once again for supporting this channel. Keep on running. If it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running, and we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. So huge thanks to you once again. I hope that it was probably well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so jumping into our next one here, we have a super chat from BC Skyman once again. Put in the $60 super chat and put in 3 more super stickers and put in that Ukraine creature bouncing around the city, not like the Ukrainians did inside of Susa. And then they jumped in there with a yellow flag, which means caution to keep going. Well, thank you very much, BC, for that support, and we appreciate that very much. That is the second or third support. We appreciate it. Of course, what's that you?
And then combined are not 60, they're 70. 50 plus 1, 70.
How about those 50 and a 10?
It's a 50 and a 20, and a 10. So it's actually 80. Thank you so much. for the $80 super chat, just came free with mine. It was actually cool. Because I was sitting there thinking, man, I was like, wait a minute, that's not 60, that's 70. And then I think,
Oh, that was separate. I have it separate. Down here in the spreadsheet.
oh, but still, I'm sure someone for all the super chats have been thrown in the 90s. And regardless of whether we're getting them in order or out of order, I'm not really sure how we're doing it. Because I'm getting it confused now. But still, thank you so much once again for the support of this channel. You made this thing possible for so long. And thank you once again for having been here before. Yeah, and also for having a really cool collection of guns. It's a really cool vintage collection. Because those are sick. I love them. I don't like the guns either. The guns are really cool. Because I buy it too. And I think the gun myself. So, thank you so much for the support. Hope that doesn't rest at you. If it wasn't the ones that you wouldn't be able to keep this channel running. So with that, we go on to the next one. Alright, and the next one here goes to Danielle. And a huge shout to Danielle for supporting the channel once again. I think that's actually his first one tonight, actually. I'm getting all messed up here. But anyways, Andy put in a $50 donation. A huge shout to you for as always, channel legend, by the way. He says, please just enjoy your vacation. I promise you we will survive and be here. And Andy, we will enjoy the vacation. Thank you very much for that. We'll try to maybe take some photos here and there. I don't know if maybe we might, like, after we get sort of progress along the vacation a little bit, or we're away from, like, the starting point or something like that, we might post a photo maybe a couple days late and not really identify what we're doing, but sort of like in the general, like, area that we sort of left a while back. We might do that, but of course we'll do it with opposite in mind where we don't expose anything that we shouldn't. But thank you very much. And Enforcer, what say you? And I'd have to say thank you so much for allowing us to enjoy the vacation. It really absorbed it. Because I cannot wait for it. It's going to be incredibly fun. We already have, like, usually with our vacations, we usually do them to where we just go to a place and figure everything out there. This time around, we kind of figured out everything in advance. So it's kind of like a scheduled trip where we do certain things at certain times. It's going to be incredibly interesting to do something like this, like, you know, we're kind of planning, like what we planned out. It's going to be incredibly cool. And of course, we will be making sure to share stuff with you. I've heard a mix of different things tonight in the chat, because my general theory is that usually people don't want to see, like, travel stuff, or vacation stuff for that matter, on like a news channel like the one we have. But it seems like a lot of people actually would say, no, show it on the stream, like we would want to see it. So we might end up taking the pictures and posting them on Patreon, and then also showing a little bit of them on stream on the night we come back, if we're back on air. But I cannot wait for it. It's going to be incredibly fun. Of course, y'all have to know this at this point. I'm sure many of y'all do. Because I'm the one who generally was the one spearheading this campaign for this trip, it ended up evolving a lot from my original plan, but because of that, there's going to be a lot of interesting historical stuff that I can actually talk about with a great deal of depth. I'll probably do that while we show you all the picture of the stuff about what we're doing, where we were, all that kind of stuff. Because it's so I just gotta say that.
So how do you spearhead the trip? I ended up having to plan and plot the whole thing. How'd that work out?
Well, man, because my original plan, I think it should be fine for me to tell the original plan is something you did, right? Like, I don't know. I don't know. Because there's kind of like a key ingredient there. But what happened, Matthew, is that I came up with the original plan, which was a good plan, mind you. And then you came in and you're just like, what about we throw out that entire plan, but we keep the same premise and do this? And then everyone was on board with that because it would sound even cooler. So we were like, yeah, that sounds great. We'll go do that instead. So that's why you ended up planning it, man, because I originally came up with the general key ingredient, but you were the one who then changed the whole plan to go kind of do something else, but still keep.
Well, my thing was, if you're going to go do something like this, then just go to the real deal.
Man, you told them we're going to Disneyland Paris. What the hell? Oh, no. Yeah.
I would never be like that on purpose.
It's crazy. But beyond that, we will be having an incredible fun. I can't promise you that. And I know that y'all will be here. And yeah, it's just, I hate to leave, like I really do, because I, like, being honest with y'all, we had things going on behind the scenes, not even too big, but it's ended up kind of wearing north south, and that we've got a lot of projects going on in the background, sort of, at the moment, because it's just a lot, really. Like, it's been a lot. And our batteries have kind of ended up getting drained from that, and it's kind of a slog to get on the street right now, because generally, I'm honestly so tired, I can kind of just sit down for a couple of days, and we have to wait a few weeks to be able to sit down for a couple of days. Well, actually, for some people, they're not really
There's so tired of getting sick on the diet. So
honestly, that's about the point I'm at right now. Oh, man, welcome to not like that. Like, I'm just that tired where I can sit down and just, like, nothing for a couple of days. If you want to call that down, but still, I can't. I know y'all here. I just hate to go because y'all will and y'all comments hit this new stuff about every single day, and I take very high. I take a high amount of pride in that. I do, because that's
we're both taking high pride in it now. Because now about like 177 days, I thought it was after 1. About 50% of my backpack is going to be full of things here, my laptop and stuff like that, just in case video and stuff like that. So I'm sacrificing a lot of space for clothes and stuff like that. But freaking so I'm working for a sacrifice on the day. I got a phone. So with that, I hope that does address that fairly well. I got to thank you so much for recording the other story. I've been seeing something yes, we're going to talk about the domestic political matter. I know that you believe that what you brought up is domestic political matter, but I can assure you wholeheartedly anything that is happening that is the action of the state of California's government is considered domestic politics 100%. We are pro-Western now. We do not get into the mire of domestic politics, because domestic political matters like that really have absolutely nothing to do with American stance around the world. It only ends up dividing people on things that no one had to end up getting divided on, and it also completely sidetracks really the core tenet of this channel, which is just supporting Western interests around the world, not getting divvied up in what side is right in America. It doesn't really matter. To me, everyone's American. It doesn't matter if people agree or disagree or have different political stances, and really everyone in the Western world is kind of following the same banner, united front against the evil nations of the world. And for that reason, we don't really want to try and divide folks on what I consider to be minor talking points. We want to make sure that everyone keeps united under united front, common cause, which that common cause is supporting the Western world's interest around the globe against anyone who can stand against it. Kind of like how the military works. The military is not supposed to pick a political side. Hopefully it's not, and it's supposed to just ensure that it stands against America's enemies across the globe. We try and take a similar premise to that here in Japan. But with that, I hope that it kind of does address that further. So that we new folks who are here maybe will understand. And I know a lot of people are going to be saying things about, oh, well, you say you're pro-Western, but this isn't free speech. And let me just kill that really quickly as well. This is a private YouTube channel run by a private citizen. I am all for free speech on a governmental level, on a federal and state level. But I am not at all under the misconception that just because I stand for free speech on a public platform, that means that it extends to the person who uses himself free speech on a private level. Private citizens who privately have every right to free speech they do not support within their own time. You cannot go into someone's store and start going through they don't agree with and like you have a right not to front that. That's that person's property, that's that person's business, and if they don't like what you're saying, they have all the rights to not serve you, and they have all the rights to throw you out and trespass you with your property. Kind of the same with YouTube channels and stuff like that as well. Really, the entire internet, like Twitter and YouTube. If they don't agree with you, you're gone. And they really have the right to do that because they're not a public forum. They are a private entity, not a private non-public forum. And so with that, I hope that does address that fairly well. But with that, we are on into the next one. All right, and our next one here goes to LSA Rocks. What's the name? $50 Nation. Another channel legend, by the way, started that year. We appreciate it very much, LSA Rocks. I said, Have a great time on vacation. They want the live chat.
Thank you so much for we'll have a great time. I really wish in a perfect world I would tell y'all what it's so action packed. But the thing is that it's not a perfect world. There's a lot of crazy people out there. But every time people come on saying, like you do, that, say, Ross, have a great vacation, I'm like, and I want to say how we're going to have fun. But, you know, we have to look out for some things because I know how it would go if we actually said what we were doing, and we would not have a fun vacation at that point. That would be a sure. But still, thank you so much once again to support LSA Rocks, and we will make sure to take one from the chat. So, what do we got?
All right. And also, real quick, LSA Rocks asked me earlier about somebody saying something in the live chat about potentially Belarus deciding to go ahead and invade Ukraine. I've done some looking here to see if I see any evidence of that being the case, and so far I don't see any evidence of that. So, no invasion imminent, at least right now, that is, from Belarus going towards Ukraine, and no evidence that anything's going down right now, just to answer your question from earlier. But grabbing that live chat question, sponsored by LSA Rocks, it's going to go to Old Warrior. It says Poland is positioning more troops at the Belarus border, and will they step in if Lukashenko decides to invade Ukraine?
We're not really sure. That's a great question, but we wouldn't really know. I would assume probably not, because the United States has a stranglehold over Poland in terms of their military industry or their war industry. And so for that matter, the United States would probably tell them, no, you're not getting involved, you're not escalating, you can escalate no matter what, you have to do everything you can to not escalate, period. And so we would probably see the Polish would not get involved. If that didn't happen, the Polish would get involved. So it's kind of a, like, it's kind of a two-directional kind of a thing. You can go one way or you can go the other. I'm looking at this most likely to go forward, where America steps in and says, no, we're not escalating, don't escalate, and Poland does not want. France might do something together. France is not really subject to those kinds of pressures that America can put on Poland because France doesn't really get any of their weapons from America. They pretty much use all their weapons. And so with that, I hope that does address that live chat the best I can. Thanks to you once again, LSA Rocks, for sponsoring live chat, helping us keep this thing running. And with that, we are on to the next one. And the next one here is going to go to Liv Lack, who's the back, who's our channel legend as well, and for today, $1. Thank you very much for that poster. We have support. Let's see. They said a good evening, of course, and thanking you for the as always long content. And the first map looks like a bird. Got the bird, I also got the bird. They said, can we get up to the farm in LLC? And I would like to say it doesn't really look like that anymore. I actually saw someone say that, and I was like, yeah, it does, but it's changed a lot since then. But still, we will make sure to get them Okay, so here we go. This thing is so silly. I got that. Smoking 5 cigars per day, Governor. It's very good. You gotta have the cane, Dave, because you gotta be pimping on that bird. But anyway, what's that little scoundrel down there doing? That little hospital piece. It's for friendly home. Poking on a rape check. How can you take on your sip? Like, do you see my old scout? I too. I want to go check out my different barber. He said, give me a fade and they bust you upside the head, Governor. That's not what you're supposed to do as a barber. Yeah. Man, Hot Dog Man is so stupid he thinks toad is the past tense of take. That's stupid. Yeah, he's probably like, thinking toad. Something like that. Oh, man. But anyway, still, I gotta say, thank you so much once again for the support. Live Laugh, Post Bad, help this channel keep on running. It is folks like you who help us make this thing. If it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to have the pimp of Marmot. And the Marmot is great. Thank you so much for the kind words as well. And with that, once again for support, we are on to the next one. All right, and our next one here is going to go to Mr. True Kid, who puts another one $1 donation. Thank you very much, Mr. True Kid, for that $20 support, by the way. We appreciate it. He said USA nuclear missiles have undergone a couple of restoration projects over the years.
and soon will need to be replaced. And what do we know about the current state of the Russian military? They're in really bad shape. The military budget of Russia was incredibly low. Really, it was so low after the end of the Soviet Union. The United States was scared that a lot of these things would end up just becoming effective and either nuclear submarines or radioactive waste into the waters going forward, or that some nuclear activity was blocked by a silo that had nuclear effect that at least would explode. There's been a lot of concerns about that in the 90s, and we really don't know what is happening. So while they have a lot of nuclear weapons on paper, a large amount of them probably are not operational. Some of them are, because they have to ensure that some of them are operational to have a working current, but beyond that, it's not an incredibly large fleet of missiles and bombs like they have on paper. That's what we would understand from all this. It is certainly not a good situation in that regard. Just because of the lack of funds. Because we have to remember that the United States nuclear arsenal isn't looking in the best shape, even like to be entirely honest with what we understand. It's not in the greatest shape, but we have a $900 billion annual military budget, and that's actually bumped up every year. And we also have the biggest and strongest military in the world. On paper, Russia had, before 2022, more tanks, more APCs. They had less aircraft, but still it was a fairly high number, and they also had more nuclear weapons. Now, you cannot maintain all of that. That only exists on paper because their budget is minuscule. Ours is $900 billion. Was really trained for. I think it was like 70 or 80 billion. And theirs at that time is around 55 billion. So due to the math, there's no way that they can spread that little bit of money to keep the Russian military, the conventional military running, and then also maintain all of their nuclear arsenal. So from what we know, their nuclear arsenal is in very bad shape at this point. But with that, I thank you so much once again for supporting this room here. I hope that answers your question well, at least from what I understand on the money side of things. And with that, you're on to the next one. All right. And also, shout out to Bob Casey Ariel. But I want to say hello. And of course, good to see you, Bob. And also, we have a $1 super chat from Jose Diaz. We have $1 super chat. Thank you very much, Jose. That's more as always. And also, I could have sworn we had a question from you guys. Now, let me go back and double check that before. I think you might have. So go back and scroll up the third one. And he actually did, but he put in a super sticker of a YouTube controller creature going very crazy. It looks like a stick or well, I don't know what to call it, but it's unique. But of course, it's looks like you know, I gotta say, thank you so much for the support. Help this channel to keep on running. Hopefully, channel will and I gotta thank you so much once again for joining the channel support. This is what we do. We'll be able to make this thing possible every single day. You know what I mean? So with that, we're on to the next. Thank you once again. And this one goes to Christopher Kelly. He puts the name One Kelly. And thank you for Christopher for that support. He said, how much is great for your strength so far? I wouldn't know the exact number. I have a little spreadsheet on my phone that I keep with all the fundraisers that we have to clear out of our system. So nowadays, it was confined to me one on Sunday. I go through, I find the smallest fundraiser out of all 50, and I clear that one out of the system and go to the place. So sadly, I wouldn't be able to go and look at our YouTube giving to get you an exact total. I can show it to you so that you can see it and know what I'm talking about. And also get what I'm saying. So here are all the fundraisers that we still have that you can visit and see on YouTube right here. But every single Sunday, there's 50 of them right here, right now exactly. Every single Sunday, I'll go in and I'll click add a fundraiser and create a fundraiser. And then we'll go through, let's just say, help. Continue. That. Ongoing fundraising. We'll start it right now. Add video. Interesting. We were even good for this whole process here. I don't know. We're going to start that. Okay, so we'll do this now. Yep, there we go. Sorry, you're running 50 fundraisers at the time. I swore that there was 50 in here. Apparently there was only 49. But anyways, they'll say that we
we've reached 50 right there. Can't do anymore. We're going to delete this one, by the way, because that one was just to show y'all how in the world it works and how we do it. But we set up these fundraisers, we'll run them, and nowadays, and y'all can see kind of what they used to do. Usually, a low-end fundraiser used to be in the 10,000s or so. Sometimes it was very easy for them to get in the 20s and 30s, and it was huge. And so back then, it was very important to actually keep an active track of what bracket it was kind of in, because it was growing so quickly, it was rapid enough, it was important to keep track of. But nowadays, with the fundraisers gaining about the 5,000 or less, most times, we don't really keep track of it that much. So, getting close to 2 million raised on fundraising anytime soon. So we're hovering somewhere around 1.4 million, and we've really been doing that for about the entire year. So that would be my best guess. Usually, we actually get very accurate accounting of what all the fundraisers have done, because hot dog management people actually keep kind of an active spreadsheet or something, and so they actually have the exact total. And I know that a couple of people here at the LSA, like Ms. Easa, probably also have the exact total as well, but I don't really have that accurate record. And also on top of that, my phone record also is to add it all to the exact total, because way back about a year and a half ago, some really suspicious things started happening on my phone. So it made me suspect that maybe someone got into it, so wiped the entire phone back and reset it to see if that was the problem. It did, but then I lost all the accounting of the Levine fundraisers that we had had up until that point. I was literally in the notes section on the phone, just write down the fundraiser, the amount raised, and all that, and what day the fundraiser was. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. So it's somewhere around 1.4 million, but I couldn't get the exact down to the cent kind of a number like we used to. But with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. Thanks to you once again for support, helping the channel keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next.
All right, in our next chat here is a massive $200 donation, first time ever, from Jeffrey Harper Church. And thank you, Jeffrey, for that very good support and helping keep us running. And real quick, I have to make this point. I don't want to return no apology. So I want to pass this one off to the enforcer, because I don't want to jump into that. Also, I don't want to say that they're going to upset YouTube and stuff like that. So I'm going to pass it off. But thank you very much for that support.
And I gotta thank you so much for the support, Jeffrey Harper Church. And I gotta say, I'm not gonna read the exact wording of the exact thing itself, but end up getting people maybe a little bit like just how it works. And he would be sitting there thinking, well, that sounds crazy. He would get heated over anything. I think one time we brought up it was something silly. It was something that didn't even matter. People ended up getting violent. So I won't do that, but I still gotta thank you for enjoying our no politics approach, because I really appreciate it. I really enjoy doing it, and I feel like it's something that's fresh and really enjoy. People really get a lot out of it, because I'm not dragging people into a place, political act. I find it to be quite silly for it, because it's something that it's just something that doesn't really guide well, like we're pro-West truth, like we're not at all trying to get out there and say, oh, what about those? A lot of people end up getting depressed violence, etc. I'm trying to see a lot of sick stuff in the chat right now. I'm waiting for something to blow up, and it just reminded me of what blew up. I was talking a while ago, I think it was, about how the Christian doesn't necessarily start with ideas that start with about something radically nuts, doesn't have to go like dire. It turned out that ended up being violence or something that put us off the tape like that. And so we try and avoid that as much as we can, because while it seems like it's something worth fighting over, most of it wrong, because a lot of those people only but beyond that, I still gotta say I think it's appreciating it, because I don't like it stuff like that. A lot of the other coaches bring we're not really coaching like other because other coaches pro-Western is that some people support Ukraine, but they go in what makes it, at least on pro-Western like scene. So we don't really like go to Ukraine and go to pro-Western. We come to that with very people and that. But beyond that, I gotta think what the thing is, I'm trying to articulate this best I can so we can have a really hard time. But like, I just feel like it's stupid. I really feel like it's stupid for the whole domestic political thing. Because what difference does it make? You know, like I don't know if some of these other people realize, I think they're a little too shallow down here. But there are a lot of people in America who support Ukraine. And a lot of them end up artificially creating this divide and demonizing some of those people that do support Ukraine because, as far as their domestic politics are concerned, they're good. And for that reason, they gotta hate or they gotta demonize these people. Which makes no sense. It really makes no sense to me at all to demonize the other side at all, regardless of what side you're sitting on. Because isn't everyone at the end of the day an American trying to look out for what they think is best for the country? I mean, maybe you don't agree with it. Maybe you think it's a bad idea. But still, these people have got some pretty decent intentions every time they come out with their ideas, whether you think they're stupid or not. So why in the world go and demonize them for it? I mean, they're about as well intentioned with the other folks on the other side. You know, it's just a difference of opinion, like people have always been. So that's what we try and, you know, kind of promote on this channel, is that we don't get into that kind of divide. And not only that, it's incredibly unintelligent. Because to say, like, for people to say, this isn't generally like the prevailing mindset. One political party, and this is a fill-in for either side right now. The other political party, the one different from mine, they are worse than the enemies of America, and therefore I'd rather be an ally of the enemies of America than my own country because I disagree with them. That makes no sense. And that's what modern politics is in on both sides. One side goes, I think we should be authoritarian like the Chinese, put down the other side because they're a danger and a threat to democracy. And then the other side goes, I think I'm going to try and rub elbows with the Russians. And because the other side is so sick and evil and such a threat to this country, I would rather be with the authoritarian hell state or hellhole just to try and get the other side. And both of them do it. Both of them do it. And it's so goofy. It's like other Americans are not your enemies. Like, you disagree with them, but they're not your enemies. You're letting the wool get pulled over your eyes like foreign nations that are pretty much running one of the greatest propaganda initiatives that's ever been seen in history so far to make you think that your fellow neighbor living in the same country as you is a bigger threat to you than the Russians and the Chinese who really want to see both of y'all get screwed over and wouldn't care if both of y'all ended up dead next day. That's crazy. That's why I don't get into that stuff, because I just can't stand for it. That's why I would go through and talk things like, for example, when I say, if I'm the president, I can end up carving out a completely different path than I decide. Usually I find both sides arguments, just speaking from a personal perspective, to be unfounded reality is the best way to put it. That's how I I tend to be unfounded in reality, because someone will say something like, oh, we'll do this. And I'm like, what are you saying? Like, what, stupid? Like, that's ridiculous. I think you're like, well, maybe the other side will have something. The other side, like, oh, yeah, you think you were stupid, well, watch this, I mean, I was stupid, you're stupid. And then you just keep it going. Like, it's crazy to me how that works. I'm blown away by it. How modern political environment in America works, and how simplified it's really become. Like, why don't people in America in politics focus on things that actually affect them? I kind of got to go into this now. This is something that actually in America, you hear moral topics. Well, you got like, y'all know the ones that talk about it. Y'all know exactly what the mainstream points are right now. I'm sure there's something being said about firearms or about what some certain people can do in certain kinds of extra personal relations. I'm sure many of y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. And both sides will pretty easy on just talking about that in that way. And
while they're talking about it, there are major things that are impacting every single American every single day that is being worse. The interstates get worse. Mobility itself is continuing to crumble. The airlines and their infrastructure that we work off of is continuing to be strained further and further and further for multiple reasons. The medical industry is overburdened and overwhelmed with money. We're seeing all kinds of issues. Everything in this country, at least in my opinion, is at a point of strain or is getting near to breaking point. And you would sit there and think I'm about to go and say one side's to blame for that or the other. It's both. Because neither of them actually focus on the inherent problems that affect hundreds of millions of Americans every single day. They decide to focus on sensationalist topics that only affect tens of thousands of Americans or hundreds of thousands of Americans every single year. Not the hundreds of millions of people that actually live here and have to deal with something every single day. And that's my problem. That's why I don't get involved in that stuff. And not for that, I find a lot of people get involved in the culture side of things, the culture war thing. I find a lot of them to be very ignorant, to be entirely honest. Not a lot of them seem to have a very firm grasp or understanding of the world around them or how the way it is today. Like, for example, one thing I hear a lot is that it just, being a person who's big into history, it drives me crazy or something like this, is when one side or the other starts to contort history to more align to what they like. You know, like, it's always been my way. My political ideology has always been this way. It's never been different. Like, for example, like one side, because, you know, I've heard this before, one side believes that there was the warrior past. I'm sure many of y'all are talking about now, but one side believes that there was the warrior past, that they fight for that reason, they're better than everyone else. Guess what? That never existed. Most of the fighters were regular people. I mean, hell, in the medieval ages, the fighters were farmers. They just went to grab farmers out of the fields and told them to start marching. That's what they did. There was no warrior caste. Like, there were knights and sheriff, and those may as well just be officers in a small regular army that hadn't been mobilized yet. They didn't have conscripts. There was no warrior caste. There was no warrior caste well or history. I mean, there was professional armies, but they certainly weren't treated at a higher social level than commoners, if you want to call them that. You know, there were merchants that were treated far more regularly in the Roman Empire and the Republic than some of Rome's greatest generals. You know, you got stuff like that that really, like, pisses me off. Or better yet, people change history to just fit whatever they want. And it's so silly because history is such a dynamic thing. It's so varied and so different. It's really hard once you actually understand history to get a specific kind of an idea about what life really was like. It's very different for many different people. Like, a lot of people, when they think of the Victorian era, they always think, oh, those women couldn't do anything. They were at home, and you just had to sit there and do nothing, like living in prison. The reality was that a lot of lower class women pretty much lived the lives of women nowadays. They worked jobs because the man couldn't provide enough money for everyone to live at home and for the wife to sit around and do nothing. Everyone had to pull their weight. So a lot of women would end up getting a job like laundry, which back then was physically strenuous traveling back because they had to be able to try and provide for people to live as well. So in that sense, the history is entirely wrong. Like people are saying the women sat around and did nothing. It's entirely wrong because women were doing a lot. But when we got to the middle class and higher class, that's when we could see that women really did sit around and do nothing. But that back then, even by the women of the time, at least a large majority of them were outliers because they were everything in history. And that's why it's not like this just all dynamic where you can say this is the way it was and this is what people thought. Because everyone thought different things just like they do now. A lot of women were into that because the work that you did back then, like laundry sounds easy because a lot of people think just throw that thing in the washer. But back then, it was backbreaking work to do the laundry. No one wanted to do laundry. No one even really wanted to work back then. Because you pretty much worked yourself to the bone. It was not great. And so if you could ever find any way to get a woman out of work back then, a lot of them were more than happy to get out of it because work sucked. Like, you could see the work everywhere. It was a terrible time, like, you know, as far as working conditions went. So it was a completely different story for working class women and like nothing to do with high class. That's just how it was. You know, you can't get a clear dynamic out of that. You know, oh, then you this way and then you work this way, and it sucked back because it was different.
It was completely different, and people lived completely different lives. Like, for example, to say things like, oh, people from the Victorian era, they were so civilized. You know, people from the times before, they were so civilized. They didn't go around, like, you know, do all kinds of things. Like, I don't know if people know this, but brothels were very common, like, up until, like, the 1900s, really all the way up until about the 1940s. I mean, the town that we lived in Montgomery, the biggest building in town, little tiny church, was a mega brothel. Like, no joke. Like, because no one was making money. You know that, man?
Oh, the guy.
Yeah, the place at the top of the house, that entire building was a mega brothel. It was really pretty impressive.
Oh, damn. Turn into a bell.
Yeah, what the hell? It is. But anyways, that's like...
Why are you so shocked about it? Oh, that turned into a deli.
Well, I thought you said that about the brothel, like the brothel with the deli. I was like, what the hell? I was like, what
Oh,
does
no.
that
What
mean?
the hell?
I was like,
I said turned it into a deli. Like, that's what it is now.
yeah, but still, like, back to the point, before I get too sidetracked on that, you can't, like, history isn't something that you can propagandize if you really understand what it is. To be able to fit one side or the other, people are people. There's going to be people that you find to be upstanding model citizens, and there's going to be people that you think are vagabonds. There's going to be people you think are too uptight, and people who are just right. History is like that, just like it is in the modern day. And people are always complaining about something. Like hell, like a lot of people say, oh, American cities, oh, they've fallen these days, or, you know, or they're perfect. Like, they're not perfect, but they haven't fallen either. I mean, hell, if you go back and look at New York City in the 1800s, the whole thing was a slum. Like, there was not even a nice part of it at all. It was pretty much just a mega slum. Much like many major cities are. Like, when people say, oh, big cities, they're kind of rough off. I'm like, hello, if you know what they were like back then, they were still rough off. Like, that had not changed. How about ancient Rome? A lot of people talked about ancient Rome was rough. Like, people would go to Rome and be like, this is not what I thought it would be. It's like hell up here. It's like a mega swamp. That's what they are. Like, that's what you're going to get in the big cities. You're going to get the wealthiest of the wealthy, and you're going to get the poorest of the poor. That's just how cities work. You know, like, but at the same time, people always want to complain about it. And that's why I don't get into that whole, if you want to call it the culture war side of things on one side or the other. This is absolutely silly if you actually have any semblance of reason. So why get into it? We can just avoid it and enjoy life a lot more. Really, that's mine. But still, thank you for that incredibly massive support, helping this channel to keep on running. If it was not for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. We wouldn't be able to keep this thing going. I thank you so much for appreciating this non-political approach that we have to this channel, because it means a lot that everyone can gather around and just behind the idea that supporting the West, supporting Western nations around the globe. Now we're hoping people can live more prosperous lives tomorrow, and everything else they can sort out in their own personal life. And so with that, thank you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
All right, real quick, let's jump into another spicy topic. We have a poll for everybody, which has about 800 votes on it. It says, what do you think about the arrest of the Telegram CEO, Pablo Duran, by French authorities? 42% said it was justified and France was right in arresting him and charging him. 25% said he's more info on the case, and 18% said it's retribution and a wrongful arrest. And on this one, I gotta say that if you look at the stuff on his face, and look at the charges that the guy's been charged with, immediately you think, oh, this guy must be a devil for this, like these charges be put against him. And that is what most people will think. But if you look a little bit deeper, you'll see there's a little bit more to the story of this week's guy. So basically, the way I understand it is this. The reason why the French took Pablo into custody is because he has a lack of moderation on the Telegram platform. That is the official reason, and I've sort of disagree with that on his face right there, because this guy can't be held responsible for all the bad stuff that's ever happened on Telegram. That seems a little bit wrong. But what really happened, in my opinion, was Pablo decided not to give the government a backdoor into his program here, Telegram, and this is retribution for not giving them a backdoor into the software. This is what I see it as, and I'd actually be the minority in the 18% say it looks like a wrongful arrest to me. But I might change my mind if more information comes out, but right now it does look like it's pretty unjust to me, or unjust. So, unfortunately, what say you?
I would largely have to agree with that as well. I don't really find it to be just to arrest someone and put them up on charges because of what other people did on their website. To me, that seems very similar to running a sandwich shop where you're serving customers sandwiches, and two guys get in a confrontation with each other out there in the area. One of them ends up shooting the other and runs away, and then you end up getting arrested as a sandwich shop owner as an accomplice to murder. Seems like that to me, in my opinion, because yes, the guy did run Telegram, he owns Telegram, and yes, things were coordinated on Telegram that ended up being criminal, but at the same time, however, was he the one conducting the criminal acts? Did he even know what was going on? No, he didn't. It seems to me unfair to arrest someone on those charges, and then try and hold them accountable for things that they weren't really involved in. That would be my honest opinion.
And also, I see James Long said in the live chat that you are responsible for anything that happens on a website you create, get the link along. But here's the catch, thing. The whole point of Telegram is encrypted communication. And presumably, Telegram is not looking through every single message that you're sending on the platform. That's literally the whole point of the platform. There's 900 million users on Telegram, and to say that one guy who started the company should be charged and held responsible for some bad stuff that's happened on the platform with 900 million users, that seems insane. Like, being perfectly blunt and honest here, that is insane. And also, I don't buy that. I don't think that's the real reason they arrested him. Like I said, there was a lot of pressure being put on him to give, basically, the password to Telegram, how to get into the encryption to the government. The U.S. was pressuring them, and France was pressuring them, and several other countries were as well. And I think you even have problems with Russia also, because that's where he left, to my understanding. So everybody wanted into Telegram, and the West decided, we're going to arrest the guy to get even or coerce him into giving us the backdoor program, which is not democratic whatsoever. And that's the real reason why they did it, which it looks very likely, that that's just messed up beyond belief. But unfortunately, what say you about that?
Also, really quickly, I see a lot of people saying the Russians do. I don't know if you know this, but whenever we end up talking to Ukrainian soldiers, the few times we have directly, they use Telegram as well. They use it because it's encrypted. And from what I understand, it's so well encrypted, the Russians do not know what the Ukrainians are talking about on the computer. So, like right now, they're saying this guy was working with the Russians. But the Russians could arrest the guy and say he was working with the West, because the guy isn't working with anyone. He's just doing his own thing and ensuring that no one is able to get into anything. I believe a great deal in privacy. It's something in America that is supposed to be much more protected than it really is nowadays, on the reality of it. And I feel like messages that you send to and from your phone should not be able to just be looked at by a government institution or an agency without any reasonable cause. And even so, if they have a reasonable cause, you need to look at your messages specifically, then at least in an American sense, they should be able to file a search warrant with a local magistrate, have it approved, and then come and physically seize the phone and then find a way to get into it and then get the information that way. Because just giving a national government the ability to search someone's personal messages without any form of a warrant, that seems a little bit odd, at least on a personal level, because they can't do that with your mail. Like, they can't open up your envelopes and just start looking through your mail, because that would be about the same thing. They have to have some sort of reason to do that, and they would have to have a warrant as well. So I largely believe in privacy, and I don't believe that it's fair that the government is arresting someone because they provide a private service that offers that kind of privacy and encryption. But then at the same time, they don't like it because they cannot break through the encryption and largely get through finding information out about people without going through a proper legal process of trying to get a warrant to find or seize this information that they need. That would be my goal.
And also, I see Melanie 16040 said, was he arrested because he would not get the code to the back door or because he would not put a back door in the program? The way I understand it is, from what he was saying that one of the engineers from Telegram who went to the United States was approached by some government authority, I don't know which agency it was, allegedly was approached by someone from one of the federal enforcement agencies and was asked to integrate an open source code library into the Telegram program, which has some vulnerabilities to it, which would allow the government access to the entire Telegram database, which would give them access to all the messages. So he was allegedly, the main guy was arrested, in my opinion, probably because he didn't cooperate with the Western governments on that front, and now they've trumped up some charges to be able to arrest him to get retribution, and maybe, just maybe, he might get free if maybe he cooperates and gives him a backdoor to the program. That's my assumption, but on his face, though, he's technically been charged for a lack of moderation under holding responsible for the actions of 900 million users on the platform.
Yeah, so I would have to say I'm not really a big fan of that. I see a lot of people saying, well, it's the primary form of communication for the Russians. It's the primary form of communication for the Ukrainians. It's the primary form of communication for 900 million people. About 17% of the people on the globe use this primary form of communication. So it seems a little bit unfair to try and pinpoint the Russians, because I'm sure everyone's using it. I know Ukraine's using it, because for me to be able to talk to the 231st Battalion a long time back, I had to get a telegram to talk to them, because they said, we use Telegram, so you get Telegram, and then a Telegram, and I did. So I would have to say, from what I would know, it's really used by everybody. It's kind of like saying, oh, we need to get the Postmaster General in front of Congress in a congressional hearing, because a Russian spy ended up mailing a letter to another through the post office, and therefore he's complicit in supporting espionage and spy operations inside the United States from the Russian Federation. But he didn't know. He's the Postmaster General. He just running the post office. He can't help that the spies ended up conducting some form of espionage and sabotage by relaying communication to the man. That would be a very kind of a thing to charge the Postmaster General with, because someone was using the post office wrong. That would be that's another way. I'm just not really a big fan of building efforts. I mean, I can understand the system and the platform in this country. You don't have to go after the guy who arrested him. And also, on top of that, you can actually go after people who perpetrated this. You did. Because what's next? I mean, what's next? With the CEO of Verizon, is someone on that hitman of the phone, and it doesn't have someone's bank because they got a hitman with Verizon on the phone. I mean, it went forward, or even worse than that. Anybody know I didn't have access to what you do every time software resident software members of what I'm not doing that. And then all of a sudden they arrest and say you're aiding and abetting traffic. You wouldn't give us the code to the phone. Even though you're trying to sell the volume phone, it's protection and encrypted security. Even that doesn't matter. If you don't allow the government to get arrested, it won't work. That's just like all I'm saying. So what are they going to do? Start arresting people? Go, the Apple CEO. I mean, where does it go? I mean, that's not a good way for people to be in the present time. Yeah, I mean, also, some of the people have privacy. No, there's really not a lot of privacy. That's why a lot of stuff. So, you know, we just kind of work that's that. But, still, I'm not, like, I'm confident in privacy.
Yes. What's up?
All right, here is our next. Your fourth lap is always puts up 1 million. Very much less than 1 million. So I love to play club. And then the line turns up. And then so much. Let's get the support under this channel. In your honor, so watch out. And this one goes to David Apple. Who said Apple? He's one of the watchers. That's the fact that the whole population is running. It doesn't really seem like it's affecting all of us. That's one of the things that have a little bit of that's a lot of that decision. But it's happening. I hope that doesn't listen. And here on to the next one. All right, this one is going to go to Asher News. Because it makes me excited about this reporting. That's like the game forward. And I would have to say, this is the and so then, I hope that doesn't work. I think he wants to get rid of it. And that, we're on to the next one. And this chat goes to Andy L once again. Well, it's not 20. Said, good night, LOC. I've been 300-mile drive in the morning. Hey, it's a relatively short text. And that's why we can't live in Texas, man. I mean, that's the entire state of Alabama, north and south right there. It's like, big, man. Yeah, miles. That's great. But I'll be out. Yeah, there's that being 10. 5 or 6 hours drive. So I hope it's really like, this one goes to Tesla and stage 1 delegation. Tesla has got 4 delegations as well. Findings that all the drivers discussed. One thing about the concept of driving shop and Tesla adoption on first off, let me before I think that I want to fight the job was, so I pulled it up. They said the right to have 5 things about a person and energy and public practice self-service. I'll be honest, that sounds good on its face, but it sounds like something you have the right to do stuff about yourself as one. But the whole problem is in the United States is that not something that takes the right to others. They also have rights as well. They can't put up stuff that they want to put up about people and call it safety. And it's such a private it's not a public situation as well. And you don't like something out there about it, like you don't have to do it. That looks like it could be a legal flag matter. So it sounds good. I'm not sure how people that would actually do it. But unfortunately, what they do, I don't know. Look at it with this. But there are times when people end up getting arrested. And they end up going to the police station, they end up getting caught. And then they never end up getting charged because they were arrested on probable cause of the county. They have been arrested for charged with get released. So when those people know about them being alive, the shop is that they got looked, they now have a gunshot of themselves in on the gun in jail. And then, of course, because it's upwards to the website where there's gunshot see, it's then the popular discussion. So you can pull up that post in particular, you're going to be seeing one of the gunshots on something. I feel like it's very unfair, especially people who didn't
had the kind of stigma about never looking up the point. And wow, this guy's ready. This guy's ready. Great. The guy kind of comes up, you're like, no. And then they pull you up on Google, and they see a picture of you and comes, no way. Oh, I don't know about this guy. I'm not good plan. That's pretty fine. This guy just don't want to know. You got arrested for something wrong. But still, that was kind of a good point. You have to put yourself in the mugshot in the jumpsuit. So, I would have to say, that kind of stuff I'm not doing. I would personally say there should be a certain modicum of privacy about that sort of stuff where mugshots could not be public until you have actually been charged and convicted of a felony or any other kind of a misdemeanor. Then that mugshot should become public at that point. But if you haven't done anything wrong and you've just been charged at that point and you haven't been convicted, why in the world should your mugshot be populated across the internet for people to be getting bad ideas, about who you are and what you may have done when you may be innocent? Do you remember that one hot dog game, by the way, that the hot dog man employed the harasser basically to write a nasty article about us to make us look bad for no basis or anything like that? I actually looked up the guy's name on the internet that the hot dog man recruited to harass me. And sure enough, the first thing popped up was a mugshot of him in jail. I remember I sent that to him on email when he was trying to harass me via email as well. And I said, you've already paid that's wrong, it's actually that's mugshot. I was like, well, you don't want to harass me. It's apparently you got arrested before or something like this. But anyway, it was funny though, because some people actually did stuff wrong, the mugshot out there also. But the unfortunately, that's a good point. The mugshot is punishment in itself. If you didn't do anything wrong, then why should your entire public image smeared across everywhere for the entire world to see for something that you haven't even been convicted of yet? I think Europe actually doesn't publish mugshots until you're convicted, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think also if they ever take pictures of public while you're in jail, you haven't actually been convicted, meaning you deliver the face shot or something, so you still don't know who that person is. I feel like that's a very fair thing to do nowadays, especially with how technology has progressed. It's so easy for those mugshots to get out there now, and people could be innocent. I mean, someone could get arrested and charged with murder. Let's say that hypothetically, and they weren't guilty. They weren't putting around. They had a very, very strong alibi, they were caught, and they were not guilty. But now, that mugshot's going to be out there, and if you ever look into the detail on it, it's going to say charged with murder, attempted murder, some sort of other crime. And people are going to be going for the rest of your life, because that picture's out there, right, see, this is hard. A lot of people don't look at that and actually know, well, what do you mean something like that? Charged means that they think you may have done something. They may have not done it at all. Not a lot of people know the difference between charged and convicted. And so when an employer looks charged with murder, I can't have this murder. I can't have someone with that kind of background. Where do they got to go? If you are never found guilty of a crime or anything for that matter, you should not have a mugshot yourself out there for the rest of your life that will make people ask questions about you that are not good questions, that are not even the right questions for that matter. I feel like that's not a good thing at all. So I would also see a lot of people saying websites make pay money to do websites. Yeah, that's true. But at the same time, I feel like the local police department, security departments, and something like that, should not be posting mugshots online in the first place for that to happen. They should be making sure to keep those off of the internet database, keep them, of course, keep them off of the internet database until you're actually not guilty of whatever you're charged with, whatever charge you're creating. And then, and only then, if you've actually been convicted of the crime, whether it's a misdemeanor or a felony, then the mugshot's put out publicly. Because then you're more credible that people might know your name. But that would be my opinion on it. But with that, I hope that does address that fairly well. And with that, we're on to the next one. All right, our next one here goes to Richard Head, who puts in a $20 donation. Thank you very much, Richard, for that support as well. He said, have fun on y'all's vacation, and you deserve it with the streams you give us. And thank you, Richard. He said, and I got nothing. And take one from the chat. Hey, thank you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. It's a a lot to us that you want us to have fun on vacation, and we really need to share it with all y'all. We're back, and we're ready to have some fun telling y'all about it, because there's so much fun things to see, so many fun things to see there. And so with that, thank you so much once again. Hope that this addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, the live chat here, it goes to Arthur, who says, do you think that Russia uses Belarus to use nukes if Ukraine messes them up real badly, as they will?
Well, they might use nukes, but I still think the chance is really low, and they're downplaying it so much. It'd be really weird if you were 180 and then nukes people, and it's funny, but it would actually be badly. So, me personally, I'm largely doubting that at the moment. Well, we'll have to see. But still, with that, I hope that doesn't rest that live yet. Well, thank you so much for coming to the show. Richard, what do you mean no trains? I've been itching to talk about it tonight for some reason. But anyways, with that, we are on into the next one.
All right, and this one right here is going to go to